The morning of July 31st, 1990, dawned grey and unremarkable over Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The sort of morning that promised nothing more exciting than freshly trimmed hedges and the gentle hum of suburban complacency. Number 4 sat smugly among its identical neighbours, its windows gleaming with the kind of aggressive cleanliness that suggested secrets lurked behind the perfectly maintained facade. Inside the spotless kitchen, 5-year-old Harry Potter stood on a wobbling chair that had seen better decades, his small hands struggling to flip bacon in a pan that seemed enormous compared to his slight frame. The oversized clothes hanging off his thin shoulders might have belonged to a boy twice his age, while broken glasses, held together with electrical tape, perched precariously on his nose, threatening to slide off with each movement. The bacon spat and hissed in the pan, and Harry flinched as hot grease splattered across his exposed forearm. He bit back the cry that wanted to escape, having learned through painful experience that sounds of distress only made things worse. The purple bruise on his shoulder blade, hidden beneath his cousin's cast-off shirt, served as a recent reminder of that particular lesson. What Harry did not know, could not possibly have known, was that 3 streets away, a creature of remarkable magical ability was experiencing the most profound moral crisis of his long and servile existence. Dobby the house elf had arrived in Little Whinging on what should have been a routine errand. Master Lucius had sent him to retrieve a rare book from a private collector, the sort of tedious task that typically required nothing more than apparition, polite grovelling, and swift departure. But as Dobby materialized in the pre-dawn darkness behind a row of perfectly manicured hedges, something had gone terribly, impossibly wrong. The magic that bound him to the Malfoy family, magic that had controlled every aspect of his existence for more than 2 centuries, had suddenly begun to pull him in an entirely different direction. Not toward the book collector's house on Magnolia Road, but toward the unremarkable suburban home at number 4, Privet Drive. Dobby had tried to resist. Oh, how he had tried. His large tennis ball eyes had squeezed shut as he fought against the inexplicable compulsion, his bat-like ears pressed flat against his skull in concentration. But the pull grew stronger with each passing moment, accompanied by a deep, thrumming sensation in his magical core that he had never experienced before. The house elf found himself creeping through perfectly maintained gardens, past gnomes that were decidedly not the magical variety, his bare feet silent on dewy grass. Every instinct screamed that he was making a terrible mistake. House elves did not wander freely through muggle neighborhoods. House elves didn't deviate from their master's explicit instructions. House elves most certainly didn't experience mysterious magical compulsions that overrode decades of conditioning. And yet, here he was. As he approached number 4, the magical resonance grew so strong it was almost painful. Dobby pressed himself against the side of the house, his large hands trembling as he tried to understand what force could possibly be calling to him with such intensity. The magic felt ancient and powerful, layered with something that made his very soul ache with recognition. Then he heard it. A small, stifled whimper from inside the house, barely audible even to his enhanced hearing. The sound of a child in pain, trying desperately not to make noise. Dobby's eyes widened in horror as understanding crashed over him like a cold wave. The magical signature he had been sensing, the one that had called to him across miles of English countryside, belonged to a wizard child, a very young wizard child who was, at this very moment, in distress. With movements born of 2 centuries of practiced stealth, Dobby crept around the house until he found a window that would allow him to see inside. What he witnessed in that kitchen would haunt him for the rest of his extraordinarily long life. The child was so small, so impossibly, heartbreakingly small. Dressed in clothes that belonged to someone much larger, standing on furniture to reach a stove that posed obvious danger to someone his size. But it was not just the physical inadequacy of the situation that made Dobby's magical core burn with outrage. It was the way the child moved. Every gesture spoke of learned fear, the careful, measured movements of someone who had been taught that mistakes carried consequences, the way he held his thin shoulders, braced for impact, the methodical precision with which he worked, as if his very survival depended on getting this mundane task exactly right. Dobby had seen enough mistreated house elves in his time to recognize the signs. This child was being systematically broken down, just as young elves were broken to make them compliant servants. But this was not a house elf. This was a wizard child, and wizard children were not supposed to live like this. The bacon continued to splatter, and Harry bit his lip as another drop of hot grease found exposed skin. He knew Uncle Vernon expected breakfast ready when he came downstairs, and Uncle Vernon's moods were particularly volatile on days when things did not go according to his precise specifications. Yesterday's incident with the accidentally levitating dish towel had resulted in Harry spending the night locked in his cupboard without dinner, and his stomach was reminding him quite forcefully of that fact. As if summoned by Harry's anxiety, heavy footsteps thundered down the stairs. Uncle Vernon's voice boomed through the house before he even reached the kitchen, already building to the sort of crescendo that made the windows rattle and Harry's chest tighten with familiar dread. "Boy, where's my breakfast? I told you I wanted it ready by 7 sharp, and it's already past the hour." Vernon Dursley filled the kitchen doorway like a particularly unpleasant mountain, his face already flushing that distinctive purple that preceded his worst rages. His small, piggy eyes fixed on Harry with the kind of focused malice that suggested this morning was going to be worse than usual. "Sorry, Uncle Vernon," Harry whispered, his voice barely audible as he frantically tried to flip the bacon faster. "It's almost ready. I just need another minute to—" "Another minute?" Vernon's voice climbed to a roar that would have been impressive if it weren't so terrifying. "Another minute? Do you think I have time to wait around for a worthless little freak who can't even manage the simplest task?" Outside the window, Dobby's hands began to shake with rage, so pure it made his magical aura flicker visibly. He had witnessed cruelty before, certainly. The Malfoy household was not known for its kindness to magical creatures. But this was different. This was a child. A wizard child who should have been treasured and protected, not screamed at for the crime of being small and scared, and trying his best in an impossible situation. Vernon's massive hand shot out and grabbed Harry by the shoulder, the same shoulder that bore yesterday's bruises, and Harry could not quite suppress the small cry that escaped his lips. The sound was soft, barely more than a breath, but it carried such pain that Dobby felt something fundamental crack inside his chest. "Ungrateful little beast," Vernon snarled, his grip tightening until Harry's face went white with pain. "We feed you, clothe you, put a roof over your head, and this is how you repay us? By making noise and causing trouble every single day?" The bacon began to burn in the forgotten pan, filling the kitchen with acrid smoke that made Harry's eyes water. Or perhaps those were tears of pain as Vernon's fingers dug deeper into his bruised shoulder. It was difficult to tell the difference anymore. "Please," Harry whispered, the word barely forming on his lips. "Please, I'm sorry, I'll do better. I promise I'll—" "You'll what?" Vernon's face was now fully purple, spittle flying as he spoke. "You'll promise? Your promises are worth nothing, boy. Nothing at all." With deliberate cruelty, Vernon reached over and turned the stove's heat higher, causing the bacon to pop and spit more violently. "Clean this mess up," he commanded, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper that was somehow more frightening than his shouts. "And when you're done, you can spend the day thinking about how to be grateful in your cupboard. No meals until you learn to appreciate what you have." Harry's stomach clenched at the mention of missed meals, but he nodded quickly, desperately. Anything to make the anger in Uncle Vernon's eyes fade even slightly. "Yes, Uncle Vernon. Thank you, Uncle Vernon." The gratitude in that small voice, the automatic response of a child thanking his abuser for the privilege of punishment, was what finally shattered the last of Dobby's restraint. Magic exploded outward from the house elf's position with a force that rattled windows 3 streets away. Every electronic device on Privet Drive flickered and died simultaneously as raw magical energy poured through the air like summer lightning. Street lamps burst in showers of sparks, car alarms began wailing in discordant harmony, and Mrs. Fig's cats scattered in all directions as they sensed something momentous occurring in their carefully ordered suburban world. Inside the kitchen, Vernon stumbled backward as an inexplicable wave of dizziness washed over him. The bacon pan flew off the stove of its own accord, its contents scattering harmlessly across the floor, as if an invisible hand had intervened to prevent further damage. Harry himself seemed somehow protected, standing in the center of what should have been chaos with an expression of wonder rather than fear. For the first time in his short, brutal life, Harry Potter was experiencing magic that was not his own, accidentally responding to emotional distress. This was magic wielded with purpose, with precision, and with a protective intent that reached him at a level deeper than conscious thought. Dobby pressed himself against the side of the house, his entire body shaking as the magical outburst subsided. What he had just done violated every law that governed house elf existence. He had used magic against his master's interests. He had interfered in wizard family affairs. He had revealed his presence to muggles, however indirectly. By every standard that had ruled his life for over 2 centuries, he had just committed an act of rebellion so profound that it should have been impossible. The magical bonds that tied him to the Malfoy family should have prevented such an action, should have punished him with agony for even contemplating it. Instead, his magic sang with a rightness he had never felt before. The protective spells he had just cast, spells he did not remember learning and certainly had no right to know, thrummed through his magical core with perfect harmony. For the first time in his existence, Dobby's magic felt like it belonged to him, rather than to his masters. Inside the house, Vernon was backing away from Harry with an expression of superstitious terror that might have been comical under different circumstances. The man's rational mind was struggling to process what had just occurred, but his primitive hindbrain recognized the touch of something far beyond his understanding. "What did you do?" he whispered, his voice hoarse with fear. "What did you do, you little freak?" Harry's green eyes were wide with confusion and something that might have been hope. "I didn't do anything, Uncle Vernon. I promise I didn't mean to." "Liar!" Vernon's voice cracked on the word, but the accusation lacked his usual conviction. For the first time, he was looking at his nephew with something approaching fear rather than mere disgust. "Freaks like you, always causing trouble, always making things happen that shouldn't happen." But even as he spoke, Vernon was backing toward the kitchen door, his survival instincts finally overriding his need to assert dominance. Something had just protected this child, something beyond Vernon's ability to comprehend or control. And for a man whose entire identity was built around being the biggest, loudest, most intimidating presence in any room, this realization was profoundly unsettling. "Get to your cupboard," he muttered, no longer meeting Harry's eyes. "Get to your cupboard and stay there until I figure out what to do with you." Harry nodded quickly and scurried toward the tiny space under the stairs that served as his bedroom, his movements still careful and measured, despite the magical intervention that had just saved him from worse punishment. But as he crawled into the cramped darkness and pulled the door shut behind him, his small face held an expression that had been absent for most of his young life. Wonder. Outside, Dobby remained pressed against the wall of the house, his mind racing as he tried to process the implications of what had just occurred. The magical signature that had drawn him here was stronger now, no longer muffled by active suppression. It pulsed with potential, with power that was being systematically crushed, but not extinguished. This child, this impossibly small and brave child, was not just any young wizard. The magical resonance was too strong, too pure, too fundamentally important for someone ordinary. Dobby had felt echoes of this signature before, in artifacts and locations that held deep significance in wizarding history. This was old magic, powerful magic, the kind that shaped the fate of the magical world itself, and it was being slowly murdered by Muggle ignorance and cruelty. The house elf's large eyes filled with tears that sparked with their own inner light as the full scope of the injustice became clear. Somewhere in the wizarding world, people who should have been protecting this child were living their lives in comfort and safety, unaware or uncaring that their hero, their symbol of hope, was locked in a cupboard under the stairs by relatives who treated him worse than most people treated their pets. It was wrong. It was evil in a way that made Dobby's magic recoil from the very concept. And most damning of all, it was preventable. The magical world had the resources to save this child. They had the power, the knowledge, the responsibility. What they apparently lacked was the awareness that their salvation needed saving himself. Dobby closed his eyes and made a decision that would reshape the wizarding world. He was going to tell them. The consequences of revealing what he had discovered would be severe, possibly fatal. House elves who acted against their master's interests faced punishment that could destroy both body and soul. The Malfoy family would not simply free him for this betrayal. They would make an example of him that would deter other house elves from similar acts of defiance for generations to come. But as Dobby looked through the kitchen window one more time, seeing the scorch marks on the stove where a 5-year-old child had been forced to risk burns to feed his abusers, none of that mattered. Some things were worth dying for. Some children were worth saving, regardless of the cost. And if the wizarding world had forgotten their responsibility to protect their most vulnerable members, then perhaps it was time for a house elf to remind them. Dobby stepped back from the house and prepared to disapparate, his destination already fixed in his mind. The Ministry of Magic needed to know what was happening on Privet Drive. The officials who made decisions about child welfare needed to see what their policies had allowed to occur. The people who called Harry Potter their savior needed to understand that their hero was being slowly destroyed by the very protection they thought was keeping him safe. As he gathered his magic for the journey that would change everything, Dobby whispered a promise to the child trapped in the cupboard, though Harry could not hear the words. Dobby will fix this. Dobby will make it right. Dobby promises. The last thing the residents of Privet Drive heard before the house elf vanished was the sharp crack of disapparition, a sound that would mark the end of Harry Potter's captivity and the beginning of a revolution in magical child protection that would echo through wizarding history for generations to come. In his cupboard, Harry curled up on the thin mattress that served as his bed, his small body finally allowing itself to relax now that Uncle Vernon had retreated. The strange, magical incident that had somehow saved him from worse punishment was already fading in his memory, the way traumatic experiences often did for children who had learned that survival required not thinking too deeply about things that made no sense. But somewhere in the deepest part of his mind, a small spark of hope had been kindled. Someone, or something, had protected him today. For the first time in his short life, Harry Potter was not completely alone. He had no way of knowing that his salvation was already in motion, carried on the wings of house elf magic, toward a ministry that was about to receive the shock of its bureaucratic existence. He could not have imagined that within hours his name would be spoken in emergency sessions by some of the most powerful witches and wizards in Britain, or that his suffering would become the catalyst for reforms that would protect thousands of magical children for generations to come. All Harry knew was that something had changed. The air itself felt different, charged with possibility, in a way that made his accidental magic hum with quiet contentment rather than distress. For the first time in 5 years, Harry Potter fell asleep with something approaching peace. And 3 miles away, in the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Law Enforcement, alarm bells began to ring as a house elf apparated directly into the most secure building in magical Britain, bypassing every ward and security measure with the desperate determination of someone who had finally found a cause worth dying for. The revolution had begun. The great hall of Hogwarts' School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had witnessed thousands of sorting ceremonies over the centuries, but rarely had the ancient chamber buzzed with quite this level of anticipation. Word had spread throughout the magical community that Harry Potter would be among the first-year students, and the significance of his arrival extended far beyond normal celebrity interest. This was not simply the boy who lived coming to Hogwarts. This was a child who had survived systematic abuse, undergone extensive therapeutic intervention, and emerged as a symbol of resilience and recovery. His presence represented the successful conclusion of the most important child protection case in wizarding history. Harry stood in line with his fellow first-years, his green eyes taking in the magnificent sight of the enchanted ceiling that reflected the star-filled September sky. At 6 years old, he was smaller than most of his classmates, but his bearing carried the sort of quiet confidence that spoke of someone who had faced far greater challenges than a simple school sorting. "Is it true that you actually defeated you-know-who when you were a baby?" whispered a nervous-looking boy with sandy hair who had introduced himself as Seamus Finnegan during their boat ride across the lake. "I survived," Harry replied with the sort of careful honesty that had characterized his approach to questions about his fame. "But I was just a baby. I didn't defeat anyone. My mother's love protected me, and that protection destroyed Voldemort when he tried to kill me." The distinction was important to Harry's understanding of his own role in wizarding history. The therapeutic work he had undergone over the past 2 years had focused extensively on helping him separate his actual accomplishments from the mythologized version of events that had grown up around his story. "But you're still famous for it," observed a girl with bushy brown hair, whose intelligent eyes suggested she had read extensively about magical history. "I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. I've read about your case in the recent legal reforms journals. What you survived was terrible, but the changes that resulted will protect thousands of magical children." Harry's face lit up with genuine pleasure at meeting someone who understood the broader implications of his story. "That's the most important part," he said with conviction. "What happened to me was awful, but if it prevents other children from suffering the same way, then something good came from something terrible." The conversation was interrupted by Professor McGonagall's arrival to escort the first years into the Great Hall for the sorting ceremony. As they filed through the massive doors, Harry found himself overwhelmed by the sheer scale and grandeur of the space that would serve as the center of his magical education for the next 7 years. But it was not the floating candles or the enchanted ceiling that captured his attention so much as the faces watching from the 4 house tables. Students and faculty alike were looking at him with expressions that ranged from curiosity to admiration to something approaching protective affection. Word of his recovery had transformed public perception of Harry Potter from simple reverence to genuine care for his well-being. "When I call your name," Professor McGonagall announced in her crisp Scottish accent, "you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted into your houses." The sorting proceeded through the alphabet with the usual mixture of nervous excitement and ceremonial dignity. Harry watched with fascination as his fellow first-years were distributed among the 4 houses, each placement met with cheers and applause from the receiving table. "Potter! Harry!" The announcement of his name created a profound hush throughout the great hall that spoke to the historical significance of this moment. Every eye in the chamber fixed on the small figure who walked steadily toward the stool, his bearing reflecting none of the fear or uncertainty that might have been expected from someone his age. Harry settled onto the stool with calm dignity, and Professor McGonagall lowered the ancient sorting hat onto his head. Immediately, a voice spoke in his mind with the sort of ancient wisdom that came from centuries of evaluating young minds. "Well, well," the hat murmured thoughtfully. "Harry Potter at last. I've been wondering where I would place you ever since word reached me of your remarkable recovery." "Hello," Harry replied politely, understanding that this conversation was private despite the public nature of the ceremony. "I hope you can find a house where I'll fit in properly." "Oh, "There's no question about your placement," the hat assured him with satisfaction. "What interests me is how completely you've overcome the damage that was done to you. 2 years ago, I would have seen a mind clouded with trauma and self-doubt. Today, I see clarity, courage, and compassion in remarkable abundance." Harry considered this assessment carefully, understanding that the hat's evaluation reflected not just his current state, but his journey from victimization to healing. "I had a lot of help," he said honestly. "My family, my therapists, Dobby, everyone who worked to help me understand that what happened wasn't my fault, and that I deserved better." "Indeed," the hat agreed warmly, "and that help has produced a young man of exceptional character. You possess the courage that Gryffindor values, certainly, but also the loyalty that Hufflepuff treasures, the wisdom that Ravenclaw prizes, and even the determination that Slytherin respects. Where do you think I belong?" "Where you can do the most good," the hat replied without hesitation. "Where your story can continue to inspire others, and where you can develop the skills necessary to protect children who cannot protect themselves." There was a moment of contemplative silence before the hat made its decision. "Gryffindor!" The announcement was met with thunderous applause that seemed to shake the very foundations of the castle. The Gryffindor table erupted in celebration, with older students standing and cheering for their newest member. But perhaps most remarkably, the applause came from all 4 houses, a rare show of unity that reflected the universal respect Harry had earned through his survival and recovery. As Harry made his way to the Gryffindor table, he was immediately surrounded by upperclassmen who welcomed him with genuine warmth rather than simple celebrity worship. "Welcome to Gryffindor," said Percy Weasley, a prefect whose earnest manner suggested he took his responsibilities seriously. "We're honored to have you in our house." "Thank you," Harry replied, with the sort of genuine gratitude that made his fame feel earned rather than accidental. "I hope I can live up to Gryffindor's standards." "From what we've heard about your recovery, you already have," said Fred Weasley, with a grin that suggested mischief and warmth in equal measure. "Yeah, takes real courage to heal from what you survived," added George Weasley, completing his twins' thought in the way that characterized their shared perspective on the world. The feast that followed was a revelation for Harry in ways that went beyond the magical abundance of food that appeared and disappeared according to the diner's wishes. This was his first experience of communal dining in an environment where he was valued rather than tolerated, where his presence was celebrated rather than endured. "Tell us about your wand," said a second-year girl named Katie Bell. "I heard from my older brother that Ollivander said something interesting when you were fitted." "Holly and Phoenix Feather," Harry replied, producing his wand with obvious pride. "Mr. Ollivander said it was the brother to the wand that gave me this scar, but that it chose me anyway because it understood that I represent healing rather than harm." The symbolism was not lost on his housemates, who understood that Harry's story represented more than simply surviving a Dark Lord's attack. It represented the triumph of resilience over trauma, of healing over hatred, of hope over despair. "That's brilliant," said Lee Jordan with genuine admiration. "Your entire story is about transforming terrible things into positive outcomes. Your abuse led to reforms that will protect other children. Your recovery has inspired families dealing with trauma. Even your wand reflects that theme of turning darkness into light." The insight was more profound than Lee perhaps realized, but it captured something essential about Harry's role in the wizarding world. He was not simply the boy who lived, but the boy who had learned to live fully despite everything that had been done to break that capacity. As the evening progressed, and the new Gryffindors were escorted to their dormitories, Harry found himself sharing a room with boys who seemed genuinely interested in befriending him for himself rather than his fame. Seamus Finnegan proved to be a natural storyteller, with a gift for finding humor in everyday situations. Dean Thomas, a Muggle-born wizard like Hermione, brought perspectives from both worlds that enriched their conversations, but it was Neville Longbottom whose story resonated most deeply with Harry's own experiences. The round-faced boy had grown up with his grandmother after his parents were tortured into insanity by Death Eaters, and his struggle with feelings of inadequacy and self-doubt created an immediate bond between them. "People expect so much from both of us," Neville confided, as they prepared for bed in their four-poster beds with hangings that provided both privacy and comfort. "You because of what you survived as a baby. Me because of what my parents sacrificed. Sometimes it feels like we're supposed to be heroes before we've even learned to be ourselves." "That's exactly why I had so much therapy," Harry replied with understanding. "Learning to separate who I actually am from what people expect me to be. My therapist says that our worth isn't determined by living up to other people's expectations, but by becoming the best version of ourselves." The conversation continued well into the night, covering topics that ranged from magical theory to family expectations to the challenges of growing up in the spotlight of public attention. For Harry, who had spent years believing he was fundamentally alone in the world, the experience of finding peer friends who understood his struggles was almost overwhelming in its significance. Classes began the following morning with a schedule that had been carefully designed to accommodate Harry's advanced magical education while ensuring he received proper instruction in subjects where his preparation had been less complete. Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class was his first formal lesson, and he approached it with the sort of eager anticipation that characterized his relationship with magical learning. "Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall announced to the combined Gryffindor and Slytherin first years. "Anyone messing about in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned." The stern warning was accompanied by a practical demonstration as Professor McGonagall transformed her desk into a pig and back again, eliciting gasps of amazement from students who were witnessing such advanced magic for the first time. "Now, who can tell me the 3 fundamental principles of transfiguration theory?" she asked, her sharp eyes scanning the classroom for volunteers. Harry's hand went up immediately, along with Hermione's, but Professor McGonagall nodded to him with the sort of encouraging attention that suggested she was genuinely interested in his response, rather than simply testing his knowledge. "Concentration, visualization, and willpower," Harry replied confidently. "You have to hold a perfect image of the desired transformation in your mind while focusing your magical energy with absolute precision." "Excellent," Professor McGonagall said, with approval that made Harry's chest warm with pride. 5 points to Gryffindor. "Can you elaborate on why visualization is so crucial to successful transfiguration?" "Because magic responds to intent and imagination," Harry continued, drawing on the foundation Professor Clearwater had provided during his private tutoring. "If your mental image isn't clear and complete, your transfiguration will be incomplete or unstable. The magic needs a perfect template to work from." "Outstanding," Professor McGonagall said, her usually stern expression softening slightly with what might have been maternal pride. "Your preparation has clearly been exceptional, Mr. Potter." The lesson continued with practical exercises that demonstrated the gap between theoretical knowledge and actual application. While Harry understood the principles perfectly, translating that understanding into successful spellcasting proved more challenging than his private lessons had suggested. "Don't worry," Hermione whispered as they struggled to transform matches into needles. "I've read that transfiguration is considered one of the most difficult subjects. Even students with perfect theoretical knowledge often struggle with the practical applications." Her reassurance was both academically accurate and personally comforting, reinforcing Harry's understanding that magical education was a process rather than a destination. The years of therapeutic work had taught him to view challenges as opportunities for growth rather than evidence of inadequacy. Defense against the dark arts proved to be even more significant than Harry had anticipated, though not for the reasons he might have expected. Professor Quirrell's nervous demeanor and obvious discomfort with his subject matter created an atmosphere that was more comedic than educational, but the underlying curriculum addressed concepts that were crucial to Harry's ongoing development. "Can anyone tell me what distinguishes defensive magic from offensive magic?" Professor Quirrell asked in his stammering voice, his turban askew and his hands trembling slightly. Once again, Harry's hand joined Hermione's in the air, though this time his response carried personal weight that went beyond academic preparation. "Defensive magic is designed to protect and preserve," he said thoughtfully. "It's magic that comes from love and care for yourself and others. Offensive magic is designed to harm and control, and it usually comes from anger or hatred or the desire to dominate." "Very good," Professor Quirrell stammered, though his eyes seemed to study Harry with unusual intensity. "And why is this distinction important for young wizards to understand?" "Because the kind of magic you practice shapes the kind of person you become," Harry replied with conviction that came from personal experience. "If you focus on defensive magic, on protection and healing and helping others, you become someone who values life and safety. If you focus on offensive magic, on hurting and controlling others, you become someone who sees people as obstacles rather than individuals with their own worth." The wisdom in that statement, delivered by a 6-year-old who had experienced both the protective power of love and the destructive force of hatred, silenced the entire classroom. Even Professor Quirrell seemed genuinely impressed by the depth of understanding Harry had developed through his recovery process. Potions class with Professor Snape proved to be the most challenging environment Harry encountered, though not because of academic difficulty. The potions master's obvious disdain for him seemed to go beyond normal professional standards, creating an atmosphere of hostility that was both puzzling and uncomfortable. "Potter," Snape said, with barely concealed contempt as he stalked between the cauldrons where first-year students were attempting to brew their first simple potions. "Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The question was clearly designed to embarrass Harry in front of his classmates, asked with the sort of malicious anticipation that suggested Snape expected ignorance and failure. But Harry's therapeutic work had taught him to respond to hostility with calm dignity rather than defensive anger. "The draught of living death, sir," Harry replied evenly. "A powerful sleeping potion that's mentioned in advanced potion-making, though it's far beyond first-year level." Snape's expression darkened at the correct answer, and his follow-up questions grew increasingly esoteric and challenging. But Harry met each query with patient accuracy, drawing on the comprehensive magical education he had received during his recovery period. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" Snape continued with growing irritation. "In the stomach of a goat, sir," Harry replied without hesitation. "Bezoars are used as antidotes to most poisons, though they're not effective against all forms of magical toxicity." The pattern continued throughout the lesson, with Snape attempting to humiliate Harry, and Harry responding with respectful competence that made the professor's hostility appear increasingly unreasonable. By the end of class, it was clear to everyone present that Harry's knowledge was exceptional, and that Snape's treatment of him was motivated by personal animosity rather than educational standards. "Why does Professor Snape hate you so much?" Neville asked as they left the dungeons, his round face creased with confusion and concern. "You answered all his questions perfectly, and you were completely respectful the whole time." "I don't know," Harry admitted honestly, "but my therapist taught me that when adults treat children badly, it's usually because of problems the adults have, not because of anything the children have done. Professor Snape's behavior says more about him than it does about me." The mature response demonstrated how thoroughly Harry had internalized the lessons of his recovery process. Instead of taking personal responsibility for adult hostility, he was able to recognize it as inappropriate behavior that reflected poorly on the perpetrator rather than the victim. That evening, as Gryffindor Tower buzzed with the excitement of first-day stories and new friendships, Harry found himself reflecting on how completely his life had transformed since that morning when Dobby had first witnessed his suffering at Privet Drive. 3 years ago, he had been a traumatized child who believed he was worthless and unwanted, locked in a cupboard, and told that his existence was a burden on everyone around him. Today, he was a confident young wizard, beginning his formal, magical education, surrounded by friends who valued his company and teachers who recognized his potential. "Harry," called Hermione from across the common room, where she was organizing her textbooks with the sort of systematic precision that characterized her approach to academic preparation. "Would you like to study together tomorrow evening? I think we could help each other with the subjects that are more challenging." "I'd like that," Harry replied with genuine pleasure. "And maybe we could invite Neville too. I think he knows more than he gives himself credit for, and studying in a group might help him feel more confident." The suggestion demonstrated Harry's developing understanding of how healing and growth could be facilitated through supportive relationships. His own recovery had been made possible by adults who believed in his potential and provided the structure necessary for him to develop that potential. Now he was beginning to extend that same support to peers who faced their own challenges. As he climbed the stairs to Gryffindor Tower that first night, surrounded by the warm chatter of housemates who had already begun to feel like family, Harry found himself thinking about the children whose suffering would be prevented by the reforms his case had inspired. His abuse had been transformed into purpose, his pain into protection for others. The systematic failures that had allowed his suffering had been addressed through comprehensive reforms that would safeguard magical children for generations to come. Most importantly, his recovery had demonstrated that healing was possible, that children who survived terrible experiences could not only recover, but thrive when given proper support and care. As Harry settled into his 4-poster bed in the dormitory that would be his home for the next 7 years, surrounded by the gentle breathing of friends who had accepted him for himself rather than his fame, he realized that his greatest adventure was just beginning. Not the adventure of defeating dark wizards or living up to impossible expectations, but the adventure of becoming fully himself, of using his experiences to help others heal, of proving that love could indeed triumph over hatred when given the chance to flourish. The boy who lived was finally learning to live completely, joyfully, purposefully. And in that living, he was discovering magic more powerful than any spell ever created. The magic of genuine belonging, of meaningful friendship, of a future bright with infinite possibility. His story was no longer defined by what had been done to him, but by what he chose to do with the strength he had gained from surviving it. And that transformation was perhaps the most remarkable magic anyone had ever witnessed. The letter arrived on a crisp July morning 3 years later, carried by a magnificent barn owl whose dignified bearing suggested the importance of the message it delivered. Harry sat in the garden of the Clearwater family home, now 9 years old and transformed beyond recognition from the traumatized child who had once cowered in a cupboard under the stairs. His growth over the past 4 years had been remarkable in every measurable way. Proper nutrition and magical healing had allowed his physical development to catch up to his chronological age, while consistent therapy and educational support had unlocked intellectual and emotional capabilities that had been systematically suppressed during his early years. But perhaps most significantly, he had developed the sort of quiet confidence that came from understanding his own worth, independent of others' expectations or opinions. "Your Hogwarts letter," Lydia said, with maternal pride as she joined him in the garden, her voice carrying the satisfaction of someone who had witnessed an extraordinary transformation. "Though I suppose we've been expecting this for some time." Harry turned the heavy parchment over in his hands, admiring the familiar emerald ink and official seal that marked this as more than simply another piece of correspondence. This letter represented the culmination of years of preparation, the formal acknowledgement that he was ready to join the broader wizarding community, not as a victim requiring protection, but as a capable young wizard prepared to thrive in magical society. "It feels different this time," he said thoughtfully, comparing this moment to his early admission 3 years earlier. Less overwhelming. More like something I've earned, rather than something that's happening to me. The distinction was crucial to understanding how completely Harry's relationship with his own life had evolved. In his early years, events had happened to him while he remained a passive victim with no agency or control. Now, he approached new experiences as an active participant who understood his own capabilities and had confidence in his ability to navigate challenges. "You have earned it," Jonathan confirmed, as he emerged from the house with the sort of paternal satisfaction that came from witnessing a child's successful development. "Your magical education has been exemplary, your emotional growth has been inspiring, and your contribution to child protection reforms has already made a difference in countless lives." The last point was perhaps the most significant aspect of Harry's development over the past 4 years. His recovery had become a catalyst for sweeping changes in magical child welfare that extended far beyond his individual case. New laws required regular monitoring of all magical children placed in non-magical homes. Specialized social workers had been trained to recognize signs of abuse and neglect in magical families. Most importantly, a cultural shift had occurred that prioritized child welfare over institutional convenience or political expediency. Harry's story had become a symbol of resilience and hope for families dealing with trauma throughout the wizarding world. His visible healing process had demonstrated that recovery was possible with proper support, and his articulate advocacy for child protection had inspired a generation of magical social workers, therapists, and educators who were dedicated to ensuring that no child would ever again suffer the systematic neglect he had endured. "Can I visit the new Child Advocacy Center before I go to Hogwarts?" Harry asked, with the sort of purposeful interest that characterized his approach to meaningful activities. "I'd like to see how the reforms are working in practice." The request was typical of Harry's mature understanding of his role in the broader community. Rather than simply enjoying the benefits of his own recovery, he had developed a genuine commitment to ensuring that other children received the protection and support they needed to thrive. "I think that can be arranged," Lydia said with approval. "Madam Bones has been hoping you'd be willing to see the facilities that were established as a result of your case. Your endorsement would mean a great deal to the families they're trying to help." 2 weeks later, Harry stood in the lobby of the newly constructed Magical Child Advocacy Center, a facility that had been designed from the ground up to provide comprehensive support for magical children and families dealing with trauma, abuse, or neglect. The building itself reflected the lessons learned from Harry's case, with warm lighting, comfortable furnishings, and enchantments that created an atmosphere of safety and welcome. "Welcome to the center, Harry," said Director Sarah Thornton, a specialist in magical child psychology who had been recruited specifically to oversee this groundbreaking facility. "We've been looking forward to showing you how your story has been transformed into practical help for other children." The tour that followed was both inspiring and sobering, demonstrating the scope of child protection challenges that existed throughout the magical community, while showcasing the innovative solutions that had been developed in response to institutional failures revealed by Harry's case. The therapeutic wing featured specially trained counselors who understood both magical and psychological aspects of child development. The Educational Assessment Center provided specialized tutoring for children whose academic development had been disrupted by trauma or neglect. Most significantly, the Legal Advocacy Division offered comprehensive support for families navigating the complex intersection of magical law and child protection. "This is our crisis intervention team," Director Thornton explained, as they visited a comfortable room designed to accommodate emergency placements. "When reports of abuse or neglect are received, we can provide immediate safe housing while permanent solutions are developed. No magical child will ever again be left in a dangerous situation while adults debate jurisdictional issues." The improvements represented a complete transformation of how the magical community approached child welfare. Where once institutional inertia and bureaucratic indifference had allowed systematic abuse to continue unchecked. Now there were multiple layers of protection and support designed to ensure early intervention and comprehensive care. "How many children have you helped?" Harry asked with genuine interest, understanding that the answer would provide a measure of how effectively his suffering had been transformed into protection for others. "In our first year of operation, we've provided services to over 300 magical children and their families," Director Thornton replied with obvious satisfaction. "That includes everything from emergency interventions in cases of severe abuse to educational support for children whose magical development was being suppressed by fearful guardians." The statistics represented hundreds of individual stories of children whose lives had been improved by systems and safeguards that had not existed when Harry needed them most. His trauma had become the catalyst for reforms that would protect magical children for generations to come. "Can I meet some of the families you've helped?" Harry asked with characteristic directness. "If they're comfortable with that, of course. I think it would be meaningful for me to understand how the changes are affecting real people." The request demonstrated Harry's mature understanding of his role as both symbol and advocate. Rather than simply enjoying the abstract satisfaction of knowing that reforms had been implemented, he wanted to witness their practical impact on individual lives. An hour later, Harry found himself in a comfortable family meeting room, speaking with Maria Santos and her 8-year-old daughter Isabella, whose case bore striking similarities to his own early experiences. Isabella's magical abilities manifested early, Maria explained, with the sort of grateful relief that characterized parents whose worst fears had been transformed into hope. Her father couldn't accept that magic was real, and he became increasingly violent in his attempts to suppress what he saw as abnormal behavior. Isabella, a shy girl with dark hair and intelligent eyes, nodded quietly from her position beside her mother. "He used to lock me in the closet when my magic made things happen," she said, with the sort of matter-of-fact delivery that spoke of trauma processed through therapeutic intervention. "But now I know that wasn't my fault, and that my magic is something wonderful instead of something wrong with me." The parallel to Harry's own experience was unmistakable, but what struck him most was the difference in outcome. Where his abuse had continued for years because no effective intervention systems existed, Isabella's situation had been identified and addressed within months through the comprehensive monitoring and support networks that now protected magical children. "How are you feeling about your magic now?" Harry asked with genuine curiosity, remembering his own long journey from fear and suppression to acceptance and joy. "I love it," Isabella replied with growing confidence. "My counselor teaches me that magic comes from feelings, and that when I feel happy and safe, my magic becomes beautiful and helpful. Watch this." She gestured toward a small potted plant on the windowsill, and immediately it began to bloom with flowers that shifted through a spectrum of colors that had no names in any human language. The magic was pure joy made visible, creativity given form, wonder transformed into tangible beauty. "That's incredible," Harry said with genuine amazement. "Your magic is expressing your happiness and creativity. That's exactly what magic should do when it comes from a place of safety and love." The encouragement from someone who had survived similar experiences carried special weight, and Isabella beamed with pride at the recognition of her abilities. For Harry, witnessing her recovery reinforced his understanding of how completely his own story had been transformed from individual suffering into collective protection. The visit continued with meetings with other families whose lives had been touched by the center's work. He spoke with parents who had been educated about magical child development, enabling them to support rather than suppress their children's abilities. He met with social workers who had been trained to recognize signs of magical abuse and neglect. Most significantly, he interacted with children who were healing from trauma with the support of systems that had not existed during his own early years. Each encounter reinforced his understanding of how individual suffering could be transformed into collective purpose when channeled through effective advocacy and systematic reform. His abuse had been horrible and wrong, but it had not been meaningless. It had become the foundation for protections that would spare countless other children from similar experiences. As the visit concluded, Director Thornton presented Harry with a bound collection of letters from families throughout the wizarding world whose children had been helped by the center's programs. "These are thank you notes," she explained with obvious emotion, "from parents and children who wanted you to know that your courage in speaking about your experiences made it possible for them to get help when they needed it most." Harry paged through the letters with growing wonder, reading story after story of children whose lives had been transformed by the reforms his case had inspired. A 7-year-old whose accidental magic had been celebrated rather than punished. A family whose magical heritage had been preserved rather than suppressed. A child whose abuse had been stopped before it could cause the sort of long-term damage Harry had endured. "This is the most important thing that's ever happened to me," he said quietly, his voice thick with emotion. "Not surviving Voldemort's attack. Not becoming famous. But this. Knowing that other children are safe because people learned from what happened to me." The mature understanding reflected years of therapeutic work that had helped Harry process his traumatic experiences and find meaning in his survival. Rather than simply being a victim who had suffered, he had become an advocate whose story continued to protect others long after his own immediate danger had passed. That evening, as the Clearwater family gathered for dinner, the conversation naturally turned to Harry's upcoming departure for Hogwarts and his growing role as an advocate for magical child welfare. "I've been thinking," Harry said, with the sort of thoughtful consideration that characterized his approach to important decisions. "When I'm older, I want to work in child protection. Maybe become a social worker or a therapist, or even a lawyer who specializes in magical family law." The declaration came as no surprise to his adoptive parents, who had watched his passion for child advocacy develop alongside his academic and magical abilities. His recovery had given him both the emotional tools necessary to help others heal and the personal motivation to ensure that other children received the protection he had been denied. "That's a wonderful goal," Jonathan said with paternal pride. "Your personal experience with trauma and recovery would make you uniquely qualified to help other children who are facing similar challenges. And your academic preparation has certainly positioned you for success in any field you choose to pursue," Lydia added with maternal confidence. "Your magical education has been exceptional, and your understanding of child psychology is already remarkably sophisticated." The praise was well earned. Harry's academic achievements over the past 4 years had been extraordinary by any measure. His magical abilities had developed with the sort of precision and creativity that came from proper instruction and emotional support. His intellectual curiosity had been nurtured through educational experiences that challenged him appropriately while building confidence rather than fear. But perhaps most significantly, his emotional intelligence had grown through therapeutic work that had transformed his traumatic experiences into wisdom that could benefit others. He understood pain and healing, fear and courage, despair and hope in ways that would make him an exceptionally effective advocate for children who could not advocate for themselves. "There's something else I want to discuss," Harry continued with the sort of serious demeanor that suggested he had been considering this topic carefully. "When I graduate from Hogwarts, I'd like to establish a foundation that provides comprehensive support for magical children who are dealing with abuse or neglect." The proposal demonstrated Harry's mature understanding of how individual resources could be leveraged to create systemic change. His fame and eventual financial independence could be transformed into lasting institutions that would continue protecting children long after his own direct involvement ended. "That's an ambitious but achievable goal," Jonathan replied with obvious approval. "Your platform as the boy who lived would give such a foundation immediate credibility and public support. And your personal experience with recovery would ensure that the programs developed were actually helpful, rather than simply well-intentioned," Lydia added with characteristic insight. The conversation continued well into the evening, covering topics that ranged from practical considerations about foundation management to philosophical questions about the relationship between individual trauma and collective responsibility. For Harry, who had once believed his thoughts and feelings were worthless, the experience of having adults take his ideas seriously and offer constructive feedback was profoundly validating. As the summer progressed toward his departure for Hogwarts, Harry found himself reflecting on the remarkable journey that had brought him from the cupboard under the stairs to his current position as a confident young wizard preparing for advanced magical education. The transformation had required years of dedicated work by numerous professionals who had believed in his potential and provided the support necessary for him to realize that potential. But perhaps most importantly, his recovery had demonstrated that healing was possible even from the most severe trauma, when proper resources and support were available. His story had become proof that children were remarkably resilient when given appropriate care, and that systematic failures could be transformed into systematic protections through sustained commitment to reform. "Are you nervous about starting Hogwarts?" Lydia asked one evening, as they sat in the garden, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of gold and crimson. "A little," Harry admitted honestly, "but mostly excited. I feel like I'm finally ready to be myself, without constantly worrying about whether people will accept me or whether I deserve the good things that happen to me." The response demonstrated how completely Harry had internalized the lessons of his recovery process. His sense of self-worth was now internal, rather than dependent on external validation. His confidence came from understanding his own capabilities, rather than from others' approval. Most importantly, he approached new experiences with curiosity and optimism, rather than fear and defensiveness. "You've grown into a remarkable young man," Jonathan said, with the sort of paternal satisfaction that came from witnessing successful child development. "Your courage, your compassion, your commitment to helping others heal from trauma, those qualities will serve you well at Hogwarts and beyond." As Harry prepared for sleep in his own room in a house where he was loved and valued, he found himself thinking not about the challenges that lay ahead, but about the children whose lives would be better, because people had cared enough to learn from his suffering and transform it into protection for others. His abuse had been terrible and wrong, but it had not been meaningless. It had become the foundation for reforms that would spare countless children from similar experiences. His recovery had demonstrated that healing was possible with proper support. His advocacy had inspired a generation of professionals dedicated to child protection. Most importantly, his story had proven that individual suffering could be transformed into collective purpose when channeled through effective systems and sustained by people who understood that protecting children was everyone's responsibility. As he drifted off to sleep, surrounded by the evidence of a life filled with love, purpose, and infinite possibility, Harry Potter understood that his greatest victory had not been surviving Voldemort's attack as an infant. His greatest victory had been learning to transform his pain into protection for others, his suffering into strength, his trauma into triumph, not just for himself, but for every child who would benefit from the reforms his courage had inspired. The boy who lived had become the boy who helped others learn to live fully, safely, joyfully, and that transformation was perhaps the most powerful magic anyone had ever witnessed. The Hogwarts Express pulled away from Platform 9 3/4 with the sort of ceremonial dignity that marked the beginning of countless magical educations. But for Harry Potter, now 11 years old and genuinely ready for the challenges ahead, this departure represented something far more significant than a simple journey to school. It represented the completion of the most remarkable recovery in the history of magical child protection. As the Scarlet steam engine gathered speed through the English countryside, Harry sat in a compartment with friends who valued his company for reasons that had nothing to do with his fame or his tragic backstory. Hermione Granger, now 12 and more brilliant than ever, was explaining the finer points of advanced transfiguration theory to Neville Longbottom, whose confidence had grown tremendously over their years of friendship. Luna Lovegood, dreamy and insightful in equal measure, was sketching magical creatures in a notebook while humming a tune that seemed to make the very air sparkle with contentment. "I still can't believe we're finally all going to Hogwarts together," Neville said, with the sort of genuine happiness that characterized someone who had learned to value friendship over social expectations. "Remember when we first met at that support group for magical children from complicated families? I never thought I'd be brave enough for Gryffindor." "You were always brave," Harry replied with conviction, understanding how completely their mutual support had transformed both of their relationships with their own capabilities. "You just needed to learn to recognize your own courage instead of constantly comparing yourself to impossible standards." The observation reflected years of therapeutic work that had helped all of them understand the difference between actual inadequacy and imposed expectations. Harry's recovery had inspired the creation of support networks for magical children dealing with trauma, loss, or family complications, and the friendships forged in those therapeutic environments had proven more durable and meaningful than relationships based solely on shared interests or social convenience. "Harry," Hermione said, with the sort of academic curiosity that characterized her approach to complex social phenomena, "do you think Hogwarts will feel different now that you're attending as a genuinely prepared student rather than someone who needed emergency admission?" The question demonstrated Hermione's sophisticated understanding of how Harry's educational journey had differed from the typical magical childhood. His early admission to Hogwarts at age 6 had been part of his therapeutic recovery, providing structure and positive magical experiences during the most crucial phase of his healing process. Now, at 11, he was returning to complete his education with the foundation and emotional tools necessary for genuine academic and social success. "Everything feels different," Harry replied thoughtfully, watching the familiar landscape pass by the window. "When I first went to Hogwarts, I was still figuring out who I was underneath all the trauma and conditioning. I was so focused on proving I deserved to be there that I couldn't really enjoy the experience. Now I know I belong there, and I'm excited to focus on learning and growing instead of just surviving." The distinction was crucial to understanding how completely Harry's relationship with himself and his circumstances had evolved. His early years at Hogwarts had been successful by most measures, but they had been colored by his ongoing recovery process and his need to establish basic emotional stability. Now, with that foundation firmly in place, he could approach his continued education with the sort of genuine enthusiasm that characterized students who attended school for the joy of learning rather than the necessity of healing. "Plus," Luna added, with her characteristic insight, "you'll be able to help younger students who might be dealing with similar challenges. Your story has already inspired so many reforms, but your direct presence at Hogwarts will provide immediate support for children who need someone to understand what they're experiencing." The observation reflected Luna's intuitive understanding of Harry's evolving role in the magical community. While his case had sparked systematic reforms in child protection, his personal involvement in supporting individual children remained crucial to ensuring that those reforms translated into meaningful help for young people who needed advocacy and understanding. As the train continued its journey toward Hogwarts, their conversation naturally turned to their plans for the coming academic year and their longer-term goals for contributing to magical society. Each of them had been shaped by experiences that extended beyond normal childhood challenges, and those experiences had instilled a sense of purpose that went beyond typical teenage concerns. "I want to focus on arithmancy and ancient runes this year," Hermione announced, with the sort of academic ambition that had characterized her approach to magical education from the beginning. Professor Vector says that understanding mathematical foundations of magic is crucial for developing new spells and enchantments that could improve child protection systems. Her research interests reflected the broader impact Harry's case had on an entire generation of magical students. Young witches and wizards throughout Britain had been inspired to pursue careers in child advocacy, therapeutic intervention, and systematic reform. The tragedy of Harry's early years had been transformed into a generational commitment to ensuring that such failures never occurred again. I'm hoping to work more closely with Professor Sprout on magical plants that have therapeutic properties, Neville added, with growing confidence in his own academic strengths. My grandmother says that traditional healing methods could be combined with modern therapeutic techniques to help children recover from magical trauma more effectively. The integration of traditional magical knowledge with contemporary understanding of child development represented exactly the sort of innovative thinking that Harry's case had inspired throughout the magical community. Instead of relying solely on established methods that had clearly proven inadequate, magical professionals were developing new approaches that combined the best of ancient wisdom with modern insights about human psychology and development. "What about you, Luna?" Harry asked with genuine interest in his friend's characteristically unique perspective on academic and career planning. "I want to study magical creatures that form emotional bonds with traumatized children," Luna replied with the sort of dreamy certainty that masked profound insight. "I think there are species we haven't discovered yet that could serve as companions for children who have trouble trusting humans. Like Dobby did for you, but naturally occurring rather than accidentally created through shared experience." The research proposal was both innovative and deeply practical, reflecting Luna's gift for recognizing connections that others might miss. Harry's relationship with Dobby had indeed been therapeutic in ways that extended beyond simple friendship, and the idea of systematically studying such bonds could lead to new forms of intervention for children dealing with severe trauma. "I think I want to focus on defense against the dark arts, but from a protection perspective rather than an offensive one," Harry said with thoughtful consideration. "Not learning to fight dark wizards, but developing magical safeguards that could protect vulnerable children before abuse occurs." His academic interests reflected the mature understanding he had developed about his own role in magical society. Rather than accepting expectations that he would become an aura or professional dark wizard hunter, he had chosen to focus his considerable abilities on prevention and protection. His personal experience with both vulnerability and recovery had given him unique insights into what children needed to feel safe and supported. The conversation continued as the train approached Hogsmeade Station, covering topics that ranged from immediate academic challenges to long-term career aspirations to the ongoing impact of the reforms Harry's case had inspired throughout magical Britain. Each of them understood that their education was not simply personal advancement, but preparation for meaningful contributions to a society that had learned important lessons about protecting its most vulnerable members. As they changed into their school robes and prepared to disembark, Harry found himself reflecting on the remarkable journey that had brought him from the cupboard under the stairs to this moment of genuine readiness for academic and social success. The transformation had required years of dedicated work by professionals who had believed in his potential, but it had also required his own commitment to healing and growth that extended far beyond simply recovering from trauma. The Great Hall of Hogwarts welcomed returning students with its traditional feast and ceremony, but for Harry, the most meaningful aspect of the evening was not the spectacle, but the genuine sense of belonging he felt among his housemates and classmates. His early years at the school had been marked by careful navigation of social dynamics, while he worked to establish basic emotional stability. Now, with that foundation firmly in place, he could engage with his peers as an equal rather than someone who needed special consideration or protection. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall said, as the feast concluded and students began making their way to their dormitories. "I trust your summer was productive and that you're prepared for the academic challenges ahead." "Very much so, Professor," Harry replied with confidence that reflected genuine readiness rather than bravado. I'm particularly looking forward to advanced defense and the independent research project you mentioned in your last letter. The exchange demonstrated how completely Harry's relationship with academic authority had evolved since his early days at Hogwarts. Where once he had approached teachers with careful deference, born from trauma-based expectations of adult hostility, now he engaged with them as collaborative partners in his educational journey. "Excellent," Professor McGonagall said with approval that carried maternal warmth alongside professional satisfaction. "Your proposed research into protective enchantments for magical children shows remarkable maturity and could make genuine contributions to child welfare initiatives." The recognition meant more to Harry than academic praise typically would to students his age. His research interests represented the transformation of his personal trauma into scholarly purpose, the evolution from victim to advocate that had characterized his recovery process from the very beginning. As he settled into his dormitory that night, surrounded by friends who had shared various aspects of his journey toward healing and growth, Harry found himself thinking about the children whose lives would be better because his suffering had been transformed into systemic reform. The pain he had endured as a young child had not been meaningless. It had become the foundation for protections that would spare countless other children from similar experiences. But perhaps more importantly, his recovery had demonstrated that healing was possible even from severe trauma when proper resources and support were available. His visible transformation from traumatized victim to confident advocate had provided hope for families throughout the wizarding world who were dealing with their own challenges related to abuse, neglect, or family dysfunction. "Harry," Neville said quietly from the neighboring bed, "I know I've said this before, but I want you to know how much your recovery has meant to all of us who were struggling with our own family complications. Watching you heal gave the rest of us permission to believe that we could heal too." The statement reflected the broader impact Harry's journey had on an entire generation of magical children. His case had not only inspired systematic reforms in child protection, but had also provided a visible example of resilience and recovery that had encouraged other young people to seek help when they needed it and to believe in their own capacity for growth and healing. "Thank you," Harry replied with genuine emotion. "But I want you to understand that what happened to me was only possible because so many people worked together to create the support systems I needed. My recovery wasn't just individual strength, it was collective commitment to making sure children get the help they deserve." The insight demonstrated Harry's sophisticated understanding of how personal healing intersected with social responsibility. His transformation had required not just therapeutic intervention, but systematic changes in how magical society approached child welfare. The lesson he had learned and continued to share was that protecting children required sustained commitment from entire communities rather than simply individual heroism or personal resilience. Over the following weeks, as Harry settled into his academic routine and began working on the research projects that would define his final years at Hogwarts, he found himself increasingly approached by younger students who were dealing with their own family challenges or traumatic experiences. His reputation as someone who had survived severe abuse and thrived through proper support made him a natural mentor for children who needed to understand that healing was possible. "Harry," said a first-year Hufflepuff whose parents had recently divorced in a particularly acrimonious fashion, "everyone says you understand what it's like when adults make children feel like family problems are their fault. Is it true that it gets better if you get help?" The question was asked with the sort of desperate hope that characterized children who had been told by adults that their emotional responses to trauma were inappropriate or excessive. Harry's response drew on years of therapeutic work that had helped him understand the relationship between individual healing and systemic support. "It absolutely gets better," he said, with conviction that came from personal experience. "But getting better requires two things: getting proper help from adults who understand trauma, and learning to recognize that what happened to you wasn't your fault. Adults who hurt children or create chaotic family environments are responsible for fixing those problems, not the children who suffer because of them. The wisdom in that statement, delivered by someone who had personal experience with both severe trauma and successful recovery, carried weight that reassurance from adults alone could not provide. Harry's role as peer mentor represented one of the most significant aspects of his ongoing contribution to child welfare in the magical community. His conversations with younger students often revealed the breadth of challenges facing magical children whose experiences differed from traditional family structures. Children whose magical abilities had been suppressed by fearful guardians. Young people whose parents had been affected by exposure to dark magic during the war. Students whose family dynamics had been complicated by mixed magical and non-magical heritage. Each interaction reinforced Harry's understanding of how individual advocacy could complement systematic reform in protecting vulnerable children. The laws and institutions that had been created in response to his case provided crucial structure and resources, but personal support and mentorship remained essential for helping children understand that healing was possible and that they deserved better treatment than they had received. "I've been thinking about establishing a peer support network here at Hogwarts," Harry mentioned during one evening conversation with his closest friends. "Something formal that could connect older students who've dealt with family trauma with younger students who are currently struggling with similar issues." The proposal reflected Harry's mature understanding of how institutional change could be implemented through grassroots initiatives. Rather than waiting for adult authorities to recognize the need for peer support systems, he was prepared to take leadership in creating resources that could provide immediate help for students who needed advocacy and understanding. "That's brilliant," Hermione said with immediate enthusiasm, "and I think we could connect it with the research we're doing on magical applications of therapeutic techniques. A peer support network could serve as a practical testing ground for innovations in child advocacy." "Plus," Neville added with growing confidence, "it would provide training for students who want to pursue careers in child protection. Learning to support peers dealing with trauma would be excellent preparation for becoming professional social workers or therapists." The conversation continued late into the night, covering practical considerations about organizing peer support systems, alongside theoretical questions about the relationship between individual healing and social change. For Harry, who had once believed his thoughts and feelings were worthless, the experience of having friends take his ideas seriously and offer constructive feedback remained profoundly validating. As winter progressed toward spring, and Harry's research projects began producing results that could contribute meaningfully to child protection initiatives, he found himself thinking more frequently about his long-term goals for using his platform and resources to support vulnerable children throughout the magical community. His academic work on protective enchantments had yielded several promising innovations that could be implemented in homes where magical children were at risk of abuse or neglect. His peer mentoring had demonstrated the effectiveness of survivor-led support systems in helping traumatized children understand that healing was possible. Most importantly, his visible recovery continued to provide hope for families dealing with their own challenges related to trauma and dysfunction. "Harry," Professor McGonagall said during one of their regular meetings about his independent research, "your work this year has been exceptional. But I'm curious about your plans after graduation. Have you given thought to how you'd like to use your education and your platform to continue your advocacy work?" The question represented an opportunity to articulate goals that had been developing throughout his recovery process, but had become increasingly clear during his time as a mentor to younger students dealing with trauma. "I want to establish a comprehensive foundation that provides support for magical children and families dealing with abuse, neglect, or dysfunction," Harry replied with conviction that came from years of careful consideration. "Not just crisis intervention, but long-term support that includes therapy, educational assistance, legal advocacy, and family reunification when appropriate." The proposal represented the logical culmination of Harry's journey from victim to survivor to advocate. His personal experience with trauma and recovery had given him unique insights into what children needed to heal and thrive, while his education and platform provided the resources necessary to transform those insights into systematic support for others. "That's an ambitious but achievable goal," Professor McGonagall said with obvious approval. "Your combination of personal experience, academic preparation, and public platform would give such a foundation immediate credibility and effectiveness." The encouragement from someone whose opinion he valued deeply reinforced Harry's confidence in his chosen path. His recovery had demonstrated that individual suffering could be transformed into collective purpose when channeled through effective advocacy and supported by people who understood that protecting children required sustained commitment from entire communities. As his final year at Hogwarts drew toward its conclusion, Harry found himself reflecting on the remarkable transformation that had brought him from the cupboard under the stairs to his current position as a confident young adult preparing to dedicate his life to protecting vulnerable children. The journey had required extraordinary support from numerous professionals who had believed in his potential, but it had also required his own commitment to using his recovery as a foundation for helping others heal. On the evening before graduation, as he sat in the Gryffindor common room surrounded by friends who had shared various aspects of his journey toward healing and purpose, Harry understood that his greatest achievement was not surviving Voldemort's attack as an infant or recovering from years of systematic abuse. His greatest achievement was learning to transform his pain into protection for others, his suffering into strength that could support children who had not yet found their own path toward healing. The reforms his case had inspired would protect magical children for generations, but his personal commitment to advocacy would continue that protection through direct intervention and support. "Are you nervous about graduation?" Luna asked, with her characteristic insight into emotional complexities that others might miss. "Not nervous," Harry replied thoughtfully. "Excited. Ready to begin the work I've been preparing for since I first understood that my recovery could help other children heal." The response demonstrated how completely Harry had integrated his traumatic experiences into a coherent sense of purpose that extended far beyond personal healing. His story had become proof that individual suffering could be transformed into collective protection when supported by people who understood that child welfare required sustained commitment from entire communities. As he prepared for sleep in his dormitory for the final time, surrounded by the evidence of academic achievement and meaningful friendships that had characterized his recovery process, Harry Potter understood that his journey was far from complete. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and opportunities to use his platform and resources in service of children who needed advocacy and support. But tonight, he could rest in the knowledge that his transformation from traumatized victim to confident advocate had already made a difference in countless lives. His suffering had been transformed into purpose, his recovery into inspiration for others, his survival into a foundation for protecting future generations of magical children. The boy who lived had become the man who helped others learn to live fully, safely, joyfully. And that transformation represented perhaps the most powerful magic anyone had ever witnessed. The magic of healing, of growth, of love triumphant over hatred, of hope stronger than despair. His story would continue, but this chapter of recovery and preparation was complete. The next chapter, dedicated to protecting and nurturing other children who needed champions, was about to begin. And Harry Potter, survivor and advocate, was ready. The crack of apparition that deposited Dobby directly into the heart of the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Law Enforcement was not particularly loud, as such things went. Barely more than a sharp pop, really, the sort of sound that might have been dismissed as a dropped quill or a slamming drawer under normal circumstances. Unfortunately for the night shift personnel, these were decidedly not normal circumstances. Every magical alarm in the building began shrieking simultaneously. Ward stones that had remained dormant for decades suddenly blazed with warning light. Emergency protocols activated across 7 floors as the Ministry's security systems registered what should have been impossible. An unauthorized magical being had just bypassed every protective enchantment, detection charm, and anti-apparition ward that surrounded the most secure building in magical Britain. In the security office 3 floors below, Senior Auror Marcus Belby nearly choked on his coffee as his monitoring screens erupted in cascades of red warning text. 27 years of service had not prepared him for the sight of every single protective measure failing simultaneously, and his first coherent thought was that they were under attack by forces that made Voldemort look like an irritating amateur. "Code Black," he shouted into his communication crystal, his voice cracking slightly on the second word. "All hands to stations. We have a massive security breach in the DMLE. Unknown magical entity. Classification unknown. Threat level unknown." What Marcus Belby could not have known, what nobody in the Ministry could have anticipated, was that the magical signatures they were detecting belonged not to some dark lord seeking revenge, but to one very small, very determined house elf whose moral compass had finally overcome 2 centuries of magical conditioning. Dobby stood in the center of the DMLE's main corridor, his large tennis ball eyes wide with terror as alarm bells rang around him like the tolling of funeral bells. His bat-like ears were pressed flat against his skull, and his entire body trembled with the magnitude of what he had just done. House elves were not supposed to apparate into the Ministry of Magic. House elves were not supposed to bypass security measures that had taken decades to perfect. House elves were most certainly not supposed to cause massive magical disturbances that would undoubtedly bring down the wrath of every authority figure in the wizarding world. But the image of 5-year-old Harry Potter, standing on that wobbling chair with burns on his arms and terror in his eyes, burned in Dobby's mind with a clarity that made all other considerations fade to irrelevance. The first Auror to respond was trainee Auror Patricia Clearwater, who had been enjoying a quiet cup of tea and a rather interesting report about suspected illegal dragon egg trading when the alarms began their cacophony. She rounded the corner at a dead sprint, her wand already drawn and her mind racing through the various hexes and shields that might be appropriate for unknown threats. What she found instead was possibly the last thing she had expected. A house elf in a dirty pillowcase, standing perfectly still in the middle of the corridor, with an expression of such profound terror and determination that it stopped her mid-charge. "What in Merlin's name?" she breathed, her wand wavering as her training warred with common sense. House elves were not threats. House elves were servants. House elves most certainly did not break into the Ministry of Magic and cause security alerts that had probably woken half of magical London. "Please," Dobby whispered, his voice barely audible over the continuing alarm bells. "Please, Dobby must speak to someone about Harry Potter. Harry Potter is in terrible danger, and nobody knows, and Dobby cannot let it continue, and Dobby knows he will be punished terribly for this, but Harry Potter needs help." The words tumbled out of him in a frantic rush, each syllable carrying the weight of desperation and moral conviction that had driven him to this impossible act of rebellion. His magic sparkled around him in visible distress, creating small sparks and flickers that spoke of a magical being pushed far beyond his normal limits. Patricia Clearwater had been trained to handle many situations during her Auror instruction. Dark wizards, dangerous creatures, magical accidents, international incidents, and even the occasional time travel mishap. Nowhere in her extensive education had there been a single lesson on what to do when a house elf apparated into the Ministry claiming that Harry Potter was in danger. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the child who had vanquished you-know-who and saved the wizarding world before his 2nd birthday. According to every official report Patricia had ever read, Harry Potter was safely hidden away from the public eye, protected by the most powerful magical safeguards available until he came of age. What did you say about Harry Potter?" she managed, lowering her wand slightly while keeping it ready. Around them, the alarm bells continued their urgent chorus, and she could hear the thundering footsteps of additional aurors responding to the emergency. "Harry Potter is being hurt!" Dobby's voice rose to nearly a wail, his large eyes filling with tears that sparkled with their own inner light. "The muggles who keep him, they hurt him and starve him and lock him in a tiny dark place and make him work like a house elf, but worse, much worse, because house elves at least get enough food to work." Before Patricia could respond, the corridor filled with additional aurors, their wands drawn and their faces grim with professional determination. Senior Auror Dawlish took point, his scarred face set in lines that suggested he was prepared for significant violence. Behind him came Aurors Proudfoot, Savage, and Williamson, all veterans of the war against you-know-who, and all looking distinctly puzzled by the lack of immediate mortal peril. "Stand down!" Dawlish barked, though his command seemed directed more toward confusion than any actual threat. "What's the situation, Clearwater?" "Sir, this house elf claims that Harry Potter is in danger. He says he broke into the ministry to report abuse." The words hung in the air like a particularly unpleasant curse, carrying implications that none of the assembled aurors were quite prepared to process. Harry Potter was a name that carried enormous weight in the wizarding world, a symbol of hope and triumph that had sustained them through their darkest hour. The idea that their symbol might be suffering abuse was not just disturbing, it was fundamentally incompatible with their understanding of how the world worked. "That's impossible," Dawlish said flatly, though his voice carried less certainty than his words. "Potter is under the protection of the most powerful magical safeguards available. Dumbledore himself oversees his security arrangements." "Please!" Dobby's voice cracked with desperation as he fell to his knees before the assembled aurors. Dobby knows how this sounds. Dobby knows house elves are not supposed to speak of such things, but Dobby has seen with his own eyes. Harry Potter lives in a cupboard. Harry Potter cooks breakfast for muggles who hurt him. Harry Potter says thank you when they lock him away without food. The raw pain in the house elf's voice was impossible to dismiss, and something in the magical resonance of his words carried a weight of truth that made even the most skeptical auror pause. Magic itself was bearing witness to Dobby's testimony, lending his desperate pleas a credibility that transcended normal considerations of rank and protocol. Senior Auror Dawlish found himself in the deeply uncomfortable position of having his fundamental assumptions challenged by a creature that, according to all established precedent, should have been incapable of the complex reasoning and moral judgment required to stage this intervention. "Right," he said slowly, his tactical mind beginning to process the implications even as his emotions recoiled from them. "Even if what you're claiming is true, and I'm not saying it is, why come to us? Why not speak to your masters about your concerns?" The question hit Dobby like a physical blow, and his magical aura flickered with something that might have been bitter laughter if house elves were capable of such concepts. "Dobby's masters are the Malfoy family," he whispered, and the name fell into the silence like a stone dropped into still water. Dobby's masters served the Dark Lord. Dobby's masters would be pleased to know that Harry Potter suffers. They would tell Dobby to forget what he has seen and never speak of it again. The implications of that revelation sent a chill through the assembled aurors that had nothing to do with the temperature in the corridor. If the house elf was telling the truth, if Harry Potter was indeed suffering abuse while under supposedly unbreachable protection, then someone had made a catastrophic error in judgment. More than that, someone with access to the highest levels of magical authority had either failed in their duty or deliberately allowed a child to suffer for reasons that did not bear contemplating. "Sweet Merlin," Auror Proudfoot breathed, his usual composure cracking as the scope of the potential scandal became clear. "If this gets out—" "It won't get out because it's not true," Dawlish said firmly, though his conviction seemed to be wavering with each passing moment. "Potter is under Dumbledore's protection. The blood wards alone would prevent any serious harm from befalling him." "Then explain this," Dobby said quietly, and with a gesture that should have been impossible for a bound house elf, he began to weave magic that was both beautiful and terrible to behold. The air above them shimmered like heat rising from summer pavement, and suddenly they were looking at a three-dimensional projection that showed the interior of a perfectly ordinary Muggle house. The image was so clear, so detailed, that they could make out individual dust motes dancing in the morning sunlight that streamed through spotless windows. But what drew their attention was not the cleanliness of the kitchen or the expensive appliances that spoke of middle-class comfort. What commanded their horrified focus was the small boy standing on an unsteady chair, his thin arms struggling to manage a pan that was clearly too heavy for him to handle safely. The boy was perhaps 5 years old, dressed in clothes that belonged to someone twice his size. His dark hair was messy and unkempt, his glasses were held together with tape, and even through the magical projection, they could see the careful way he moved, the practiced precision of someone who had learned that mistakes carried painful consequences. "That's not," Auror Savage began, then trailed off as he realized that denial was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. "That is Harry Potter," Dobby said simply. "That is the boy who lived, cooking breakfast for Muggles who call him freak and monster and worthless. That is your savior, standing on furniture because he is too small to reach the stove safely, while the people who are supposed to protect him sleep in comfort upstairs." The projection continued, and they watched in growing horror as Vernon Dursley entered the kitchen like a particularly unpleasant force of nature. They heard the shouting, saw the casual cruelty with which he grabbed the child's injured shoulder, witnessed the automatic gratitude in Harry's voice as he thanked his abuser for the privilege of punishment. By the time the magical recording reached the moment where Vernon ordered Harry to his cupboard, every aura in the corridor was staring at the projection with expressions of sick disbelief. This was not the heroic childhood they had imagined for their savior. This was systematic abuse of a magical child, carried out with the sort of casual cruelty that spoke of long practice and complete indifference to suffering. "Turn it off," Dawlish whispered, his face gone grey with shock and dawning understanding. "Turn it off, please." The projection dissolved, leaving them in the bright fluorescent lighting of the ministry corridor, but the images it had shown seemed burned into their retinas. None of them spoke for a long moment, each trying to process the implications of what they had just witnessed. Finally, Patricia Clearwater broke the silence with a question that cut to the heart of their professional responsibilities. "What do we do now?" The question hung in the air like a challenge, demanding action from people whose entire worldview had just been fundamentally altered. They were auras, sworn to protect magical Britain from threats both foreign and domestic. But what did you do when the threat came from within? When the very people trusted to safeguard their greatest hero had failed so completely that a house elf felt compelled to risk his life to report their negligence? "We follow protocol," Dawlish said finally, though his voice carried none of its usual authority. "We document the report, we verify the claims, and we escalate to appropriate authority." "And who exactly is the appropriate authority when the appropriate authority appears to be part of the problem?" Aura Williamson asked, with bitter practicality. "If Dumbledore placed the boy with these people, if Dumbledore has been overseeing his protection, then reporting this through normal channels means reporting it to the person who allowed it to happen." The logic was inescapable, and it left them all in the deeply uncomfortable position of questioning not just policy, but the fundamental competence of the most respected wizard in Britain. Albus Dumbledore was not simply their superior. He was the moral authority that had guided the wizarding world through its darkest hour. The idea that he might have made such a catastrophic error in judgment was almost too large to contemplate. "There has to be an explanation," Aura Proudfoot said desperately. "Some reason, some larger strategy that we're not seeing. Dumbledore doesn't make mistakes like this." "Then explain what we just saw," Patricia Clearwater challenged, her voice carrying a steel that had been absent during her trainee evaluations. "Explain how any strategy, any larger purpose, justifies letting a 5-year-old child live in conditions that wouldn't be acceptable for a house elf." The comparison hit home with particular force, given that they were having this conversation in the presence of a house elf who had risked everything to protect a child he had never met before today. Whatever moral authority they might have claimed as protectors of the innocent had just been challenged by a being that their society considered property. "Dobby," Dawlish said finally, turning to address the house elf who had remained kneeling throughout their discussion. "What you've done today, breaking into the ministry like this, your masters will punish you severely when they learn of it." Dobby's large eyes filled with tears, but his voice remained steady. "Dobby knows. Dobby has always known. But Harry Potter is just a little boy, and little boys should not have to say thank you to people who hurt them. Some things are more important than Dobby's safety." The simple dignity of that statement shamed them all. Here was a magical being who had been enslaved for centuries, who faced punishment that could destroy him completely, and yet he had found the moral courage to act when those with power and freedom had failed to do so. "Right," Dawlish said, decision crystallizing in his voice. "Williamson, get me a full incident report started. Proudfoot, wake up the emergency contact list. Savage, I want a secure communication line to the minister's office. And Clearwater—" He paused, looking at the young Aura, whose quick thinking had prevented this situation from escalating into violence. "Clearwater, I want you to stay with our friend here. Make sure he's comfortable. Get him some food if he needs it. And for Merlin's sake, make sure nobody tries to send him back to his masters until we understand the full scope of what we're dealing with. Sir, the minister isn't going to be pleased about being woken at this hour for what might be considered a domestic dispute," Aura Proudfoot pointed out nervously. "Then the minister can bloody well learn to live with displeasure," Dawlish snapped, his professional composure finally cracking under the weight of moral outrage. "If what this house elf is telling us is true, if we've been celebrating the sacrifice of a child while that same child suffers abuse, then this is going to be the story that defines all of our careers. We either handle it properly from the beginning, or we spend the rest of our lives explaining why we failed the boy who lived when he needed us most." The truth of that statement settled over them like a cold wind. This was not simply a case of child abuse, serious though that would have been under normal circumstances. This was Harry Potter, the living symbol of their victory over darkness, the child whose very existence proved that love could triumph over evil. If they had allowed that symbol to be tarnished by neglect and cruelty, if they had failed to protect the one person who had saved them all, then their entire self-image as guardians of the magical world would crumble. "There's something else," Dobby said quietly, his voice barely audible over the now silent alarm systems. "The magical protections around Harry Potter, they are not working the way they should." Every aura in the corridor went very still. The blood wards that protected Harry Potter were legendary, spoken of in reverent tones as an example of the most powerful protective magic ever devised. If those wards were failing— "What do you mean?" Dawlish asked, though something in his voice suggested he was not entirely sure he wanted to know the answer. "The magic that protects him, it grows weaker every day," Dobby explained, his large eyes reflecting a wisdom that seemed impossible for a creature his society considered barely above the level of magical furniture. "Love magic requires love to sustain it. Harry Potter lives with people who hate him, who hurt him, who wish he had never been born. The protection that his mother's sacrifice gave him, it starves in such an environment." The implications of that revelation hit them like a series of physical blows. If the blood wards were weakening, if Harry Potter's protection was failing, because the very people meant to anchor it were destroying it through their cruelty, then their savior was not just suffering abuse. He was becoming vulnerable to the very forces that had tried to kill him as an infant. Sweet Merlin, Auror Savage whispered. Voldemort's followers. If they realized... They don't need to realize, Patricia Clearwater said grimly. If the protection fails completely, he becomes just another magical child. Talented, perhaps, but not untouchable. And there are plenty of people who would love to settle old scores with the boy who lived. The silence that followed was heavy with the weight of dawning understanding. This was not just a child protection issue, though that would have been serious enough. This was a national security crisis of the highest order, a threat to the very foundation of their post-war stability. How long? Dawlish asked finally. How long do we have before the protection fails completely? Dobby's expression grew even more grave, if such a thing were possible. Dobby does not know precisely, but the magic grows weaker with each day of suffering, with each act of cruelty, with each moment that Harry Potter believes himself unloved and unwanted. If nothing changes, perhaps months, perhaps weeks. Then we change things, Dawlish declared, his voice carrying the authority of someone who had finally found solid ground in the midst of chaos. Starting right now, tonight, we begin the process of correcting what appears to be the greatest failure in the history of magical child protection. He turned to face the assembled Aurors, his scarred face set in lines of grim determination. What we learned here tonight goes no further until we understand the full scope of the situation. We investigate quietly, we document thoroughly, and we prepare for the possibility that this case is going to turn the wizarding world on its head. And if Dumbledore objects to our investigation, Auror Williamson asked quietly, then Dumbledore can explain to the Wizengamot why he thought it was acceptable for the boy who lived to thank his abusers for locking him in a cupboard, Dawlish replied with steel in his voice. Some things are more important than professional courtesy. Some children are more important than political considerations. He looked down at Dobby, who was still kneeling on the cold floor of the ministry corridor, his small form somehow embodying more moral courage than most wizards managed in their entire lives. And you, he said gently, you're not going back to the Malfoys. Not tonight, not ever, if we can help it. What you've done here takes the kind of bravery that wins wars and saves worlds. The least we can do is make sure you don't die for it. Dobby's eyes widened in shock, and for a moment his careful composure cracked completely. You would protect Dobby, even though Dobby is just a house elf? Even though Dobby has caused so much trouble? Especially because you're the house elf who caused this trouble, Patricia Clearwater said firmly. Because you're the one who had the courage to speak up when nobody else would. Because you're the one who remembered that protecting children is more important than protecting reputations. Around them, the Ministry of Magic hummed with the quiet efficiency of night shift operations, unaware that the foundations of their world were shifting beneath their feet. In a few hours, the day shift would arrive to find emergency protocols in effect and their most fundamental assumptions under investigation. But in this corridor, at this moment, justice was finally beginning to stir after years of dormancy. A house elf had lit the fuse that would expose the greatest scandal in wizarding history, and there would be no going back from the explosion that followed. Harry Potter, sleeping fitfully in his cupboard 3 miles away, had no idea that his salvation was already in motion. He could not have known that his name was about to become the catalyst for reforms that would protect magical children for generations to come. All he knew was that something had changed, that the air itself felt different, charged with possibility and hope. For the first time in his young life, Harry Potter was not completely alone, and in the halls of power, people who had the authority to help him were finally beginning to understand that help was desperately needed. The emergency owl that arrived at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry at precisely 3:17 in the morning carried more than just parchment and ink. It carried the weight of impending catastrophe, wrapped in the sort of bureaucratic language that made disaster sound like a minor administrative inconvenience. Albus Dumbledore sat in his circular office, surrounded by the gentle snores of sleeping portraits and the soft whirring of delicate silver instruments, whose purposes were known only to him. The phoenix perched on his shoulder trilled a note of warning as the owl swooped through the window, its official ministry seal glinting ominously in the candlelight. The letter was brief, formal, and absolutely devastating in its implications. "Professor Dumbledore," it read in the crisp handwriting of Senior Auror Dawlish, "we require your immediate presence at the Ministry to discuss urgent matters concerning the welfare and protection of Harry Potter. Time is of the essence. Please respond at your earliest convenience." Dumbledore read the letter 3 times, his piercing blue eyes growing more troubled with each pass. In all his years of managing the delicate balance between Harry's safety and the greater good, he had never received a communication quite like this one. The ministry did not concern itself with the day-to-day welfare of children, even famous ones. The fact that they were doing so now suggested that something had gone seriously, perhaps catastrophically, wrong. He was still contemplating the implications when a second owl arrived, this one carrying a copy of an emergency ministry directive that made his blood run cold. "By order of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement," the official parchment declared, "an immediate investigation is to be conducted into the living conditions and welfare of Harry James Potter, age 5, currently residing at number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. All magical protections and monitoring enchantments surrounding said residence are to be documented and evaluated by qualified ministry personnel." The old wizard set down the parchment with hands that trembled slightly, though whether from age or emotion was difficult to determine. In 60 years of navigating the treacherous waters of wizarding politics, he had never found himself in quite this position. Someone had discovered Harry's living situation. Someone had cared enough to report it. And now the full weight of magical law enforcement was descending on what he had always considered a necessary but regrettable arrangement. 20 minutes later, 3 auras materialized in the perfectly manicured front garden of number 4, Privet Drive, their disillusionment charms rendering them invisible to Muggle eyes. The early morning air was crisp with approaching dawn, and the suburban street lay in the sort of profound quiet that suggested its residents were blissfully unaware that their ordered world was about to be turned upside down. Senior Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt took point, his imposing presence somehow made even more formidable by the grim set of his features. Behind him, Aurors Tonks and Williamson flanked out in standard investigative formation, their wands ready but not drawn, their faces set in the professional masks that concealed the emotional turmoil beneath. "Remember," Kingsley whispered, his deep voice barely audible even to his companions, "we're here to observe and document. No direct intervention unless the child is in immediate physical danger. And whatever we find, whatever we see, we maintain professional objectivity until we have all the facts." Nymphadora Tonks, her hair a subdued brown for the occasion, nodded tightly. At 26, she was the youngest member of the investigative team, but her training at the Auror Academy had been thorough, and her instincts were sharp. Still, nothing in her education had quite prepared her for the possibility that the boy who lived might be suffering abuse while under the supposed protection of the most powerful wizard in Britain. "The wards," Williamson observed quietly, his experienced eye taking in the magical signatures that surrounded the house. "They're definitely there, but they're weaker than they should be. Inconsistent." Kingsley frowned, extending his own magical senses to examine the protective enchantments that Dumbledore had placed around the Dursley home 5 years earlier. What he found was deeply troubling. The blood wards were present, certainly, but they pulsed with an irregular rhythm that spoke of strain rather than strength. More concerning still, they seemed to be gradually unraveling at the edges, as if the very foundation they were built upon was slowly crumbling away. That's not good, Tonks murmured, her metamorphmagus abilities giving her unusual sensitivity to magical fluctuations. Those wards should be rock solid. What's causing them to deteriorate? That, Kingsley said grimly, is exactly what we're here to find out. They approached the house with the careful stealth of trained investigators, using a combination of disillusionment charms and natural cover to avoid detection by both magical and muggle means. The windows of number 4 were dark, its residents presumably asleep, but the auras positioned themselves where they could observe the interior while remaining hidden. What they found when they peered through the kitchen window would haunt their dreams for years to come. The room was spotless, everything in its place with the sort of aggressive orderliness that suggested obsessive control rather than natural cleanliness. But it was not the perfect surfaces or expensive appliances that drew their attention. It was the small stepladder positioned in front of the stove, the child-sized handprints on the counter that had been wiped clean but not quite erased, and the faint scorch marks on the wall that spoke of accidents involving someone too small to safely operate cooking equipment. "Sweet Merlin," Tonks whispered, her professional composure cracking as the implications became clear. "They're making him cook, a 5-year-old child." Williamson was documenting the scene with a magical recording device, its soft blue glow capturing evidence that would soon become crucial to the most important case of their careers. "Look at the height of those burns," he observed with clinical detachment that masked deep emotional distress. Someone small was standing too close to that stove on a regular basis. But it was Kingsley who made the discovery that transformed their investigation from routine inquiry to emergency intervention. Following his instincts, he had extended his magical senses deeper into the house, searching for the warm signature of a sleeping magical child. What he found instead sent ice water through his veins. "He's not in a bedroom," Kingsley announced, his voice tight with controlled rage. "The magical signature, it's coming from under the stairs." The 3 auras exchanged looks of mounting horror as the full scope of the situation became clear. They had come expecting to find evidence of neglect, perhaps some indication that the Dursleys were not the ideal guardians Dumbledore had believed them to be. What they had discovered instead was systematic abuse of a magical child, carried out under the nose of protections that were supposed to prevent exactly this sort of harm. Moving with renewed urgency, they repositioned themselves to get a clear view of the cupboard door under the staircase. The space was barely large enough for storage, let alone human habitation, and the thought of a child sleeping in such cramped, airless conditions was almost too appalling to contemplate. Tonks pressed her ear to the wall, using a gentle hearing charm to listen for sounds of life from within the tiny space. What she heard made her heart clench with sympathetic pain. The soft, irregular breathing of a child caught in the grip of nightmare, punctuated by small whimpers that spoke of someone who had learned that crying aloud brought punishment rather than comfort. "He's having nightmares," she reported, her voice barely steady. "Bad ones." "Document it all," Kingsley ordered, though his own professional detachment was beginning to fray around the edges. "Every detail, every indication of abuse or neglect. We're going to need irrefutable evidence when this goes before the Wizengamot." As if summoned by their whispered conversation, a light came on in the master bedroom upstairs. The auras immediately stilled, their disillusionment charms flickering slightly as they prepared for the possibility of discovery. Heavy footsteps sounded on the stairs, accompanied by the sort of muttered grumbling that suggested someone was deeply displeased at being awakened at this ungodly hour. Vernon Dursley appeared in the kitchen wearing a bathrobe that had seen better days, and an expression that promised unpleasant consequences for whatever had disturbed his sleep. His small, piggy eyes scanned the room suspiciously, as if he could sense the presence of observers even though he could not see them. "Probably that damned boy again," he muttered to himself, his voice carrying easily to the hidden auras. "Always causing trouble even when he's supposed to be locked up." The casual cruelty of that statement, The matter-of-fact way Vernon referred to confining a child as if it were perfectly normal sent a wave of revulsion through the watching investigators. But what followed was even worse. Vernon stomped over to the cupboard door and banged on it with his fist, the sound sharp and startling in the pre-dawn quiet. "Shut up in there!" he bellowed, his voice loud enough to wake the neighbors if they had not been protected by the Dursleys' obsessive commitment to maintaining appearances. "Some of us have to work for a living." From inside the tiny space came a small, frightened voice. "Sorry, Uncle Vernon, I'll be quiet." "You'd better be," Vernon snarled, giving the door another bang for good measure. "And you'd better have breakfast ready when I come down, or you'll be spending another day in there with nothing to eat." The automatic apology in Harry's voice, the practiced submission that spoke of a child who had learned to accept blame for things beyond his control, was what finally shattered Kingsley's professional objectivity. Here was the boy who lived, the child who had saved their world from darkness, apologizing to his abuser for the crime of having nightmares. "That's enough," he whispered, his hand moving toward his wand before he remembered their orders to observe only. "We have what we need." But even as he spoke, Vernon's behavior took a turn that made observation impossible to maintain. The large man was moving toward the cupboard door with obvious intent, his face flushed with the sort of anger that preceded physical violence. "Actually," Vernon said, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper, "maybe you need a reminder about what happens to freaks who don't know their place." The cupboard door flew open with enough force to bang against the wall, and suddenly the Aurors could see inside the space that served as Harry Potter's bedroom. What they witnessed would fuel their nightmares and their righteous anger for the rest of their lives. The cupboard was perhaps 6 feet long and 4 feet wide, barely large enough for an adult to lie down in, and certainly not sufficient space for a growing child to live in any sort of comfort. A thin mattress occupied most of the floor space, surrounded by a few broken toys and what appeared to be school books that had been damaged beyond use. But it was not the cramped conditions that drew their horrified attention. It was Harry himself. The boy was smaller than they had expected, his growth clearly stunted by malnutrition and stress. His dark hair was messy and unkempt, his glasses held together with tape and prayer. But it was his automatic response to the opening door that told the real story. He immediately curled into a defensive position, his thin arms protecting his head in a gesture that spoke of long, bitter experience with violence. "Please," Harry whispered, his voice so small it was barely audible. "I'm sorry, I'll be good. Please don't." Vernon's massive hand reached into the cupboard and dragged the child out by his arm, causing Harry to cry out in pain as his shoulder was wrenched at an unnatural angle. The boy's pajamas, clearly hand-me-downs from someone much larger, hung off his skeletal frame like a shroud. "Shut up," Vernon commanded, his grip tightening until Harry's face went white with pain. "Freaks like you don't get to make noise. Freaks like you should be grateful we put up with you at all." That was when Nymphadora Tonks made a decision that would define the rest of her career. Professional protocol demanded observation without intervention. Chain of command required authorization from superior officers before taking action. Standard procedure called for documentation and reporting through proper channels. But some things were more important than protocol. Tonks's disillusionment charm dropped away like a discarded cloak as she stepped out of concealment, her wand trained on Vernon Dursley with the sort of lethal precision that had made her one of the most promising auras of her generation. "Let go of the child," she said, her voice carrying the authority of magical law enforcement and the promise of serious consequences for non-compliance. "Now." Vernon's reaction was everything the Aurors might have expected from a muggle suddenly confronted with magic. His face went white, his mouth opened and closed like a landed fish, and his grip on Harry's arm loosened enough for the boy to stumble backward toward the relative safety of his cupboard. "What? Who are you?" Vernon stammered, his earlier bravado evaporating like morning mist. "How did you get in here? This is private property." "I am Aura Tonks of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." Nymphadora replied with icy formality. "And you, Mr. Dursley, are under investigation for the systematic abuse of a magical child." Kingsley and Williamson materialized on either side of her, their own wands drawn and their faces set in expressions that promised the sort of justice that legal systems were designed to provide. The kitchen of number 4, Privet Drive, suddenly felt very small and very crowded, filled with the weight of authority and righteous anger. "This is impossible," Vernon blustered, though his voice cracked on the words. "You people aren't supposed to exist. Magic isn't real. This is some sort of elaborate prank." "The bruises on that child's arm suggest otherwise," Kingsley observed with deadly calm, "as do the living conditions we've documented, the evidence of systematic neglect, and your own words threatening further violence." Harry had pressed himself against the wall, his green eyes wide with terror and confusion as he tried to process the sudden appearance of strangers who seemed to know about magic. His young mind was struggling to categorize what he was witnessing, to fit it into a worldview that had been carefully constructed around the fundamental premise that he was a freak, a burden, a mistake that the world barely tolerated. "Are you real?" he whispered, his voice so soft they almost missed it. "Are you really here?" The question broke something fundamental in Tonks's heart. Here was a child so accustomed to disappointment that he could not trust his own eyes, so used to having hope crushed that he dared not believe his salvation might actually be possible. "We're real, sweetheart," she said gently, lowering her wand, but keeping it ready. "We're here, and we're going to make sure you're safe." But Uncle Vernon says magic isn't real," Harry said, with the sort of heartbreaking confusion that spoke of a child whose entire understanding of reality had just been turned upside down. "He says people like me are freaks, and that normal people don't want anything to do with us." "People like you," Williamson repeated, his voice tight with controlled rage. "Mr. Dursley, exactly what have you told this child about his heritage?" Vernon's face had gone from white to an alarming shade of purple, and when he spoke, it was with the sort of venomous hatred that explained years of systematic abuse. "Heritage? That boy's got no heritage worth mentioning. His parents were freaks just like him, getting themselves killed in a car crash because they were drunk and irresponsible." The silence that followed was profound and terrible. Even Harry seemed to sense that something momentous had just occurred, though he could not possibly understand the full implications of what he had just heard. "A car crash," Kingsley repeated, each word precisely enunciated, as if he were testing their weight and finding them insufficient. "Mr. Dursley, are you seriously claiming that you told this child his parents died in a car crash?" "It's better than the truth," Vernon snarled, his fear beginning to transform into the sort of defensive anger that had characterized his treatment of Harry for the past 5 years. "Better than filling his head with nonsense about magic and heroes and all that unnatural rubbish." "The truth," Tonks said with quiet fury, "is that his parents died protecting him from the darkest wizard in history. The truth is that Harry Potter is a hero who saved our entire world before his 2nd birthday. The truth is that his parents' sacrifice is the reason you still have a world to live in." Harry's small face scrunched up in confusion as he tried to process this information. "My parents were heroes?" he asked tentatively, as if the very concept were too large and wonderful to be real. "The greatest heroes our world has ever known," Williamson confirmed gently. "And you, Harry Potter, are the most famous child in the magical world. There are thousands of people who would consider it an honor just to meet you." The boy's expression cycled through disbelief, wonder, and finally a sort of desperate hope that was painful to witness. For 5 years, he had lived with the fundamental belief that he was worthless, unwanted, a burden that the world barely tolerated. To discover that he was not just valued but celebrated, not just accepted but revered, was more than his young mind could fully grasp. "But if I'm important," Harry said slowly, working through the logic with the careful precision of someone who had learned that assumptions could be dangerous. Why do I live in the cupboard? Why don't I have enough food? Why do Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia hate me so much? The questions hung in the air like accusations, demanding answers that none of the assembled adults were prepared to give. How did you explain to a 5-year-old child that his placement with abusive relatives had been a calculated decision made by people who claimed to have his best interests at heart? How did you justify years of systematic mistreatment in the name of protection that clearly had not protected anything except the comfortable illusions of those who should have been monitoring his welfare? Those are very good questions, Kingsley said finally, his voice heavy with the weight of institutional failure. And I promise you, Harry, we're going to find answers. But first, we need to get you somewhere safe, somewhere you can be properly cared for while we sort all this out. You're taking him, Vernon demanded, his voice rising to nearly a shout. You can't just take him. We're his legal guardians. We have rights. You have the right to remain silent, Tonks replied, with icy precision. You have the right to legal representation. What you do not have is the right to continue abusing a child under the protection of magical law. As if summoned by the escalating tension, Albus Dumbledore chose that moment to arrive. He materialized in the Dursley kitchen with the sort of dramatic flair that was his trademark, his long silver beard and flowing robes making him appear like something from a fairy tale. But his usually twinkling blue eyes were grave with concern as he took in the scene before him. Aura Shacklebolt, he said, with carefully controlled calm. I received word that there had been some concerns raised about Harry's welfare. I came as quickly as I could to clarify any misunderstandings. Misunderstandings, Tonks repeated, her voice climbing toward incredulous. Professor, this child has been living in a cupboard. He's been systematically abused and neglected for years. His own uncle just threatened him with violence in front of 3 Aura witnesses. Dumbledore's expression grew even more grave, though something in his manner suggested this information was not entirely unexpected. I see. Mr. Dursley, perhaps you could explain the living arrangements you've made for Harry? The boy sleeps where he belongs, Vernon said, with sullen defiance, though his earlier bravado had been significantly dampened by the presence of multiple wands and their wielders. He gets fed, he gets clothed, he gets a roof over his head. That's more than his worthless parents ever provided. The casual cruelty of that statement, delivered in the presence of the child it was meant to wound, was what finally shattered Dumbledore's legendary composure. For just a moment, the mask of grandfatherly benevolence slipped, revealing something that made even the hardened auras take a step backward. Power. Pure, terrible, barely contained power that could reshape reality with a careless gesture. Mr. Dursley, Dumbledore said, his voice soft and infinitely dangerous. I suggest you choose your next words very carefully indeed. But it was Harry who broke the tension, his small voice cutting through the adult posturing, with a question that went straight to the heart of everything that had gone wrong. Professor Dumbledore, Uncle Vernon says you're the one who brought me here. Did you know they were going to hurt me? The question hung in the air like a sword, demanding an accounting from the most powerful wizard in Britain. Every eye in the room fixed on Dumbledore's face, searching for answers to a question that would define not just Harry's future, but the moral authority of their entire civilization. Harry, Dumbledore said finally, his voice heavy with something that might have been regret or might have been resignation. I believed that your relatives would provide you with protection that could not be found anywhere else. I believed that the magic your mother's sacrifice created would keep you safe from those who wished you harm. But it didn't keep me safe from them, Harry pointed out with devastating logic. It didn't stop them from hurting me. The simple truth of that statement silenced everyone in the room. Here was a 5-year-old child, malnourished and traumatized, and still dressed in his oversized hand-me-down pajamas, delivering a verdict on the most complex magical protections ever devised. And his verdict was that they had failed. No, Dumbledore admitted, the weight of that failure evident in every line of his ancient face. I'm afraid it did not. Then we fix it, Kingsley declared, his voice carrying the authority of law enforcement and the promise of justice long delayed. Starting right now, today, we begin the process of ensuring that Harry Potter receives the protection and care that he should have had from the beginning. Outside the windows of number 4, Privet Drive, the sun was beginning to rise over suburbia, bringing light to a day that would transform the wizarding world. A house elf's courage had lit the fuse, aura integrity had provided the spark, and now the explosion that followed would reshape everything they thought they knew about justice, protection, and the price of good intentions. Harry Potter was finally going to be saved, and those responsible for his suffering were about to discover that some failures were too important to be forgiven. The emergency session of the Wizengamot convened at precisely 9 o'clock on what would later be remembered as the day the wizarding world's moral compass finally found true north. The ancient chamber hummed with nervous energy as witches and wizards who had been summoned from their morning routines took their seats, their faces reflecting confusion, concern, and in some cases, barely concealed anticipation for whatever scandal had prompted such an unprecedented gathering. Minister Cornelius Fudge stood at the center of the circular chamber, his bowler hat clutched in trembling hands, and his usual political composure nowhere to be found. The parchment he held contained preliminary findings from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's investigation, and its contents had transformed him from a confident political operator into a man who understood that his career was about to be redefined by forces beyond his control. "Members of the Wizengamot," he began, his voice carrying none of its usual bluster. "We have been presented with information of such gravity that immediate action is required. The child we know as Harry Potter, the boy who lived, has been the subject of an emergency investigation by our Department of Magical Law Enforcement." A ripple of unease passed through the assembled witches and wizards. Harry Potter was not simply another name in their files. He was the living symbol of their victory over the darkest wizard in history. Any threat to his welfare carried implications that extended far beyond normal child protection concerns. "The investigation," Fudge continued with visible reluctance, "has revealed conditions of such severity that we are faced with the most significant failure of magical child protection in our recorded history." Madame Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, rose from her seat with the sort of quiet authority that made even seasoned politicians pay attention. Her monocle caught the light as she surveyed the chamber, and when she spoke, her voice carried the weight of absolute moral certainty. "Members of the Wizengamot," she said, her crisp pronunciation making each word strike like a hammer blow, "I have in my possession documented evidence of systematic abuse, neglect, and endangerment of Harry James Potter by his Muggle guardians. This evidence includes magical recordings, witness testimony from qualified auras, and medical documentation that paints a picture of suffering that should shame us all." The silence that followed was profound and uncomfortable. These were people who had built their post-war identity around the premise that they had saved not just themselves, but the magical world's future. To discover that they had failed to protect that future's most important representative was more than embarrassing. It was existentially threatening. "Furthermore," Madame Bones continued, her voice growing harder with each revelation, "our investigation has discovered that the protective measures placed around Mr. Potter's residence were not only inadequate, but were actively failing due to the hostile environment in which the child was forced to live. The blood wards that were supposed to provide absolute protection have been deteriorating for months, leaving our savior vulnerable to the very forces those protections were meant to deter. If the first revelation had created unease, this second one generated something approaching panic. Several members of the Wizengamot began speaking at once, their voices rising in a crescendo of concern and barely controlled fear. "Are you saying," demanded Augustus Rookwood's cousin Selwyn, his voice tight with alarm. "That Potter could be vulnerable to attack? That you know whose remaining followers could—" "I am saying," Madam Bones interrupted with icy precision, "that our most important magical child has been systematically failed by every institution supposedly responsible for his welfare. And yes, that failure has created security vulnerabilities that extend far beyond his personal safety." 20 miles away, in a private room at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, Harry Potter sat on an examination table that had been specially adjusted to accommodate someone his small size. The hospital gown he wore was still too large, but it was clean and soft, and didn't carry the lingering smell of his relative's contempt that had permeated everything in his cupboard. Healer Augusta Clearwater, Patricia's mother, and one of the most respected child specialists in magical Britain, moved around her young patient with the sort of gentle efficiency that came from decades of treating children who had suffered trauma. But even her considerable experience had not prepared her for the comprehensive catalogue of abuse that Harry's medical examination was revealing. "How long have you had these marks on your back, sweetheart?" she asked gently, using a magical imaging charm to document the faded bruises that formed a map of systematic violence across Harry's thin shoulders. "I don't know," Harry replied, with the sort of careful honesty that spoke of a child who had learned that lies were discovered and punished. "Uncle Vernon gets angry sometimes. He says I make him do it because I don't listen properly." Healer Clearwater's quill paused in its automatic transcription of Harry's responses, and she had to force herself to continue writing, as if she were documenting a routine examination rather than evidence of criminal child abuse. "Harry," she said carefully, "hitting children is never something they make adults do. Adults choose to hurt children, and when they do, it means the adults are doing something wrong, not the children." The concept seemed to genuinely confuse Harry, and he tilted his head with the sort of earnest concentration that made him look even younger than his 5 years. "But Uncle Vernon says I'm a freak," he explained with heartbreaking logic. "He says freaks like me cause trouble just by existing, and that normal people have to do things to keep us from causing more trouble." "Harry," Healer Clearwater said firmly, setting down her quill and giving the boy her complete attention, "you are not a freak. You are a wizard, which means you have magical abilities that are special and wonderful and completely normal for people like us. Your Uncle Vernon doesn't understand magic, and instead of learning about it or asking for help, he decided to be afraid of it and take that fear out on you." Harry's green eyes widened with something that might have been hope, though it was tempered by the sort of caution that came from having hope crushed too many times before. "Are there really other people like me?" he asked in a whisper. "People who can do magic?" "Thousands and thousands of them," Healer Clearwater confirmed, with a warmth that made her entire face light up. "We have our own hospitals and schools and shops and government. We have our own world, Harry, and in that world, you're not strange or unwanted or different in any bad way. You're one of us." The tears that began rolling down Harry's face were unlike any he had shed in his cupboard. These were not tears of pain or fear or hopelessness. These were tears of relief so profound that his small body shook with the force of finally being told that he belonged somewhere. Back in the Wizengamot chamber, Albus Dumbledore had taken the witness stand with the sort of dignity that had sustained him through decades of public service. But dignity could not disguise the fact that he was there to answer for what was rapidly being characterized as the greatest failure of judgment in modern wizarding history. "Professor Dumbledore," Madam Bones said, her tone scrupulously formal, despite the gravity of the accusations she was preparing to level. "You placed Harry Potter with the Dursley family in August of 1981. Can you explain the reasoning behind that decision?" "I believed," Dumbledore said carefully, his words carrying the weight of someone who understood that every syllable would be scrutinized by history, that young Harry would be safest with his mother's blood relatives. The protection that Lily Potter's sacrifice created could only be anchored by family, and the Dursleys were his only remaining family. Did you investigate the character and suitability of the Dursleys before making this placement? Madam Bones inquired, though her tone suggested she already knew the answer. I observed them for a day, Dumbledore admitted, and even he seemed to understand how inadequate that sounded in light of what had been discovered. They appeared to be a normal, stable Muggle family. I believed that normality would provide Harry with the childhood that our world could not give him. A day, repeated Madam Bones, allowing the implications of that admission to settle over the chamber like a cold fog. You observed them for a single day before placing the most important child in the wizarding world into their permanent custody. I also consulted with Professor McGonagall, who had been watching the family for some time, Dumbledore added, though his defense sounded weak even to his own ears. And what did Professor McGonagall report about her observations? The pause before Dumbledore's answer spoke volumes about the quality of intelligence that had informed one of the most consequential decisions in modern wizarding history. She expressed concerns about their character and their suitability as guardians for any child, let alone one as special as Harry. The silence that followed was deafening. Every member of the Wizengamot was processing the same terrible realization. The most respected wizard in Britain had placed their savior with people who had been identified as unsuitable guardians, and he had done so against the advice of his most trusted colleague. Professor Dumbledore, Madam Bones continued, with the relentless precision of a surgeon removing something malignant. In the nearly 6 years since you made this placement, how many times did you personally check on Harry's welfare? This time, the pause stretched so long that spectators began shifting uncomfortably in their seats. I did not personally visit, Dumbledore admitted, each word seeming to cost him something vital. I relied on reports from Mrs. Arabella Figg, who lived nearby and could monitor the situation discreetly. Mrs. Figg, who is a squib, and therefore had no magical means of detecting abuse or ensuring Harry's safety? Yes. Mrs. Figg, who was under strict instructions not to interfere with the Dursleys' treatment of Harry, no matter what she observed. The blood protection required that Harry view Privet Drive as his home, Dumbledore explained, though his voice carried less conviction with each question. Magical intervention could have disrupted the protective enchantments. So you knowingly placed a child with unsuitable guardians, ignored the advice of your most trusted colleague, failed to conduct any personal welfare checks, and instructed your only monitor not to intervene if she witnessed abuse, all in the name of protecting magical wards that we now know were failing anyway. The brutal summary of his decision-making process seemed to age Dumbledore by decades. For the first time in living memory, the man who had been the moral authority of the wizarding world appeared genuinely uncertain of his ground. I believed I was acting in Harry's best interests, he said quietly. I believed the protection was worth any temporary hardship. Temporary hardship, Madam Bones repeated, with deadly calm. Professor, I have medical reports documenting years of systematic abuse, malnutrition, severe enough to stunt physical development, and psychological trauma that will require extensive treatment. I have evidence of a child forced to perform dangerous household tasks, locked in a cupboard as punishment, and told repeatedly that his existence was unwanted and burdensome. Which part of that catalogue of horrors do you consider temporary? In the St. Mungo's examination room, Harry was experiencing his first magical healing, as healer Clearwater used gentle charms to address the malnutrition that had affected his growth and development. The magic felt warm and comforting in a way that was completely unlike his accidental bursts of power, and he found himself relaxing for what felt like the first time in his life. Will it hurt? He asked, as golden light swirled around his thin frame. Not at all, healer Clearwater assured him. Healing magic is designed to make you feel better, not worse. You might feel a bit strange as your body adjusts, but it shouldn't be painful. Harry nodded solemnly, then asked the question that had been weighing on his mind since the auras had taken him from Privet Drive. Am I in trouble? Did I do something wrong? The heartbreaking assumption that he might somehow be to blame for his own rescue made Healer Clearwater's throat tighten with emotion. How many times had this child been made to feel responsible for the adult's failures? How many times had he been told that his suffering was his own fault? "Oh, sweetheart, no," she said firmly, abandoning professional distance in favor of the maternal comfort that every instinct demanded she provide. "You are not in trouble. You have done nothing wrong. The only people who are in trouble are the adults who hurt you, and the adults who should have protected you, but didn't." "But Uncle Vernon says—" "Uncle Vernon was wrong," Healer Clearwater interrupted gently but firmly, "about everything. You are not a freak. You are not worthless. You are not a burden. You are a brave, special little boy who survived terrible treatment and still has room in his heart for kindness. That makes you remarkable, not defective." The healing magic was working more quickly than usual, responding to Harry's innate magical abilities in ways that fascinated the experienced healer. His body seemed eager to embrace proper nutrition and care, as if making up for lost time with remarkable efficiency. Meanwhile, in the Wizengamot chamber, the examination of Dumbledore's decisions was reaching its devastating conclusion. "Professor Dumbledore," Madam Bones said, her voice carrying the weight of institutional authority and moral judgment, "do you still believe that your placement of Harry Potter with the Dursley family was appropriate?" The question hung in the air like a sword, demanding not just an answer, but an accounting for years of suffering that could have been prevented with better judgment and more careful oversight. Dumbledore looked out over the assembled representatives of magical Britain, these people who had trusted him to guide their world through its darkest hour and beyond. He saw disappointment in their faces, anger at his failure, and worst of all, the dawning realization that their moral authority had been compromised by his decisions. "I believed," he said finally, his voice heavy with something that might have been regret or might have been resignation, "that the greater good required Harry's protection above all other considerations. I believed that keeping him alive was more important than keeping him happy." "And now," Madam Bones pressed, "now that we know the protection was failing, that your greater good nearly cost us our saviour, what do you believe?" The silence stretched until it became uncomfortable, then unbearable. When Dumbledore finally spoke, his words carried the weight of a man confronting the unintended consequences of his own moral certainty. "I believe," he said quietly, "that I may have been wrong." The admission sent shockwaves through the chamber. Albus Dumbledore did not admit to being wrong. He might acknowledge mistakes in tactics or timing, but his fundamental moral judgment was supposed to be unshakable. To hear him question his own decisions was to witness the foundations of their post-war world shift beneath their feet. "The Wizengamot will now vote on emergency measures for the protection of Harry Potter," Minister Fudge announced, his voice shaking slightly as he called for the most important decision of his political career. All those in favor of removing Harry Potter from the custody of the Dursley family and placing him under the direct protection of the Ministry of Magic signify by raising their wands. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Wands rose throughout the chamber like a magical forest, representing not just political consensus, but moral outrage that demanded immediate action. Only 3 members abstained, and their names would be recorded for historical judgment. "The motion carries," Fudge announced unnecessarily. "Harry Potter is hereby removed from the custody of Vernon and Petunia Dursley and placed under the protective custody of the Ministry of Magic until suitable permanent arrangements can be made." Back at St. Mungo's, Harry was experiencing the first bath of his life that didn't involve cold water and harsh soap that stung his skin. The magical bathing facilities adjusted the temperature automatically and provided gentle cleansing charms that left him feeling cleaner than he had ever imagined possible. "The water stays warm," he observed with wonder, as if this were a miracle beyond his comprehension. "Magic is very good at taking care of people," Healer Clearwater explained with a smile. "Once you start learning to control your own magic, you'll be able to do all sorts of wonderful things." "Will someone teach me?" Harry asked, with the sort of careful hope that came from having important promises broken before. "Oh yes," Healer Clearwater assured him. "There are schools for magical children, and teachers who specialize in helping young wizards learn to control their abilities. You'll have the best education the magical world can provide." "And I won't have to go back to the cupboard?" The question was asked so quietly it was almost lost in the gentle splash of magical bath water. But its implications hit Healer Clearwater like a physical blow. Here was a child so traumatized by his living conditions that he still could not quite believe his rescue was permanent. "Never," she said with absolute conviction. "You will never go back to that cupboard. You will never be locked away or starved or hurt by people who are supposed to take care of you. That part of your life is over forever." 20 minutes later, Harry Potter walked out of St. Mungo's wearing properly fitting clothes for the first time in his life. The magical tailoring charms had created garments that actually belonged to him, that fit his small frame without hanging loose or binding tight. The sensation of wearing clothes that were truly his own was almost as wonderful as the feeling of having a full stomach and clean hair. But it was the prophet photographer who captured the image that would define this moment for history. Harry Potter, age 5, standing on the steps of St. Mungo's, with wonder in his green eyes and hope in his small face, wearing clothes that fit and holding the hand of a healer who had shown him kindness without expecting gratitude in return. The photograph would run on the front page of every magical newspaper in Europe. The caption would read simply, "The boy who lived, finally living." Within hours, the image would spark outrage that reached every corner of the wizarding world. Letters would pour into the ministry, demanding justice for Harry and accountability from those who had failed him. Donations would flood in from families wanting to help provide for his care. Most importantly, the photograph would serve as a stark reminder of what they had almost lost through institutional negligence and moral failure. But for Harry himself, walking down the hospital corridor toward a future that suddenly seemed full of possibility, the most important thing was not the political upheaval his rescue would cause, or the reforms it would inspire. The most important thing was that for the first time in his life, he was not afraid. He was not hungry. He was not cold. He was not alone. He was, finally and completely, safe. And as they settled him into the ministry's secure facility for child protection, surrounded by aurors who considered his safety their highest priority, and cared for by specialists who understood both magic and trauma, Harry Potter began to understand what it felt like to be valued, not for what he had done or what he represented, but simply for who he was, a little boy who deserved better than he had received, a little boy who was finally going to get it. The wizarding world was about to discover that saving Harry Potter from Voldemort had been the easy part. Saving him from the consequences of their own good intentions would prove far more challenging and far more important than anyone had imagined. But it was a challenge they were finally ready to meet. The Whitmore family home in the countryside near Bath had always been a place of quiet magic and gentle chaos. Built in the 17th century by a wizard architect who believed that magical dwellings should grow organically rather than follow rigid design principles, the house sprawled across several acres with the sort of comfortable irregularity that suggested centuries of additions made by people who valued function over form. Margaret Whitmore stood at her kitchen window, watching her 2 children chase garden gnomes through the herb garden, while a self-stirring pot of soup bubbled merrily on the stove behind her. At 38, she had spent the better part of 2 decades working in magical child services, and she had seen enough traumatized children to recognize the signs of someone who had been systematically failed by the very people meant to protect them. Which was why, When the ministry owl had arrived that morning with an emergency placement request for Harry Potter, she had not hesitated for even a moment before sending back her acceptance. "Another one coming?" asked her husband Thomas as he entered the kitchen, his robe still carrying the faint scent of the magical creature preserve where he worked as a researcher. At 41, he had the sort of calm competence that came from spending his days with beings who could be dangerous if not approached with proper respect and understanding. "The most important one we've ever had," Margaret replied, turning to face her husband with an expression that mixed professional determination with maternal instinct. "Thomas, this is Harry Potter. The Harry Potter." The significance of that statement settled over the kitchen like morning mist. Harry Potter was not simply another child in need of temporary placement. He was the living symbol of their victory over darkness, the proof that love could triumph over the most terrible evil, the fact that he needed their help, that the wizarding world's most celebrated child required emergency intervention, carried implications that extended far beyond normal child protection protocols. "What happened?" Thomas asked, though something in his voice suggested he was not entirely sure he wanted to know the answer. "Systematic abuse," Margaret said simply, the clinical term carrying more weight than pages of detailed explanation ever could. "For years. By his Muggle relatives, while everyone in our world celebrated his sacrifice and assumed he was living happily ever after." The silence that followed was heavy with implications. They had both read the stories, heard the speeches, participated in the annual remembrance ceremonies that honored Harry Potter's role in defeating Voldemort. To discover that their hero had been suffering while they celebrated was more than simply shocking. It was fundamentally incompatible with their understanding of how their world was supposed to work. "He's 5 years old," Margaret continued, her professional mask slipping slightly to reveal the maternal outrage beneath. "He's been living in a cupboard, Thomas. They made him cook his own meals and locked him away when he couldn't manage tasks that would challenge children twice his age. And the worst part is that nobody knew. Nobody checked. Nobody cared enough to make sure he was all right." Thomas moved to the window and looked out at their children, who were now helping their garden gnomes replant some flowers that had been disturbed during the chase. 8-year-old Rebecca and 6-year-old Michael had grown up in a home where magic was wonderful rather than frightening, where childhood was something to be celebrated rather than endured. The thought of any child experiencing what Harry Potter had endured made his stomach clench with sympathetic pain. "When does he arrive?" he asked quietly. "This afternoon. Healer Clearwater wants him to have a few more hours of medical monitoring, but she says he's physically stable enough for placement. Emotionally—" Margaret trailed off, then shook her head as if words were inadequate to the task of describing the psychological damage that had been documented in Harry's case file. "Emotionally, he's going to need time, patience, and the kind of environment where he can learn that adults can be trusted to keep children safe rather than hurt them." An hour later, the distinctive crack of apparition in their front garden announced the arrival of their most important house guest. Margaret and Thomas stepped outside to greet the small party that had escorted Harry from St. Mungo's, Healer Clearwater, Aura Tonks, and a nervous-looking ministry official whose job was to ensure proper protocol was followed during high-profile child placements. But it was Harry himself who commanded their attention. He was smaller than Margaret had expected, his growth clearly affected by years of inadequate nutrition and chronic stress. The clothes that had been tailored for him at St. Mungo's fit properly, but they could not disguise the way he held himself, as if prepared at any moment to defend against threats that might come from any direction. His green eyes, famous throughout the wizarding world, darted constantly between the adults around him and the new environment he was being asked to navigate. Most heartbreaking of all was the way he stayed precisely where he had been placed, not moving or exploring or showing the natural curiosity that should have characterized a child his age. He had learned, Margaret realized with a stab of professional and personal pain, that initiative was dangerous and that safety lay in perfect compliance with adult expectations. "Hello, Harry," Margaret said gently, crouching down so that she was at his eye level rather than towering over him. "I'm Mrs. Whitmore, but you can call me Margaret if you'd like. This is my husband, Thomas, and this is our home. We're very glad you're here." Harry looked up at her with the sort of careful assessment that spoke of someone who had learned to evaluate adult moods as a survival skill. When he spoke, his voice was so quiet it was almost lost in the afternoon breeze. "Thank you for letting me stay here. I'll be good, I promise. I won't cause any trouble." The automatic gratitude and desperate promise of compliance made Margaret's heart ache with recognition. This was a child who had been taught that his very existence was a burden, that safety depended on making himself as small and unnoticeable as possible. The idea that a 5-year-old should feel grateful for basic shelter and care was so fundamentally wrong that it took all of her professional training to maintain her composure. "Oh, sweetheart," she said softly, "you don't need to promise to be good. Children are supposed to be children. That means sometimes you'll be loud, sometimes you'll make messes, sometimes you'll ask for things you want. That's all perfectly normal, and none of it means you're causing trouble." The concept seemed to genuinely confuse Harry, and he tilted his head with the sort of earnest concentration that made him look even younger than his 5 years. "But Uncle Vernon says children should be seen and not heard," he said, with the careful precision of someone reciting a lesson that had been drilled into him through repetition and enforcement. "He says good children don't ask for things and don't make noise." "Uncle Vernon was wrong," Thomas said firmly but gently, joining Margaret at Harry's eye level. "Children are supposed to make noise. They're supposed to ask questions and explore and play and sometimes make messes. That's how they learn and grow and become the people they're meant to be." Harry's green eyes widened slightly, and for a moment, something that might have been hope flickered in their depths. But it was quickly replaced by the sort of caution that came from having hope disappointed too many times before. "What if I accidentally do magic?" he asked in a whisper. "Uncle Vernon gets really angry when I do magic." "Magic is wonderful," Margaret said with genuine enthusiasm. "We do magic all the time in this house. You see that pot stirring itself in the kitchen window? That's magic. The garden gnomes who help tend our flowers? Magic. The way Thomas's boots clean themselves after he's been working with the dragons? Magic." "Dragons," Harry breathed, his caution momentarily overcome by wonder. "I work at a magical creature preserve," Thomas explained with a smile. "We take care of dragons and hippogriffs and phoenixes and all sorts of amazing animals. Would you like to hear about them sometime?" For the first time since his arrival, Harry's face showed genuine interest rather than careful politeness. "Are they really real? Uncle Vernon says dragons are just pretend, like everything else about magic." "They're very real," Thomas assured him. "And when you're feeling more settled, maybe we can arrange a visit to the preserve so you can see them for yourself." The offer seemed almost too wonderful for Harry to process, and he stared at Thomas with the sort of amazement that suggested the concept of adults making promises specifically designed to bring him joy was entirely foreign to his experience. "Harry," Healer Clearwater interjected gently, "I need to go back to the hospital now, but I'll be checking on you in a few days to make sure you're settling in well. Is that all right?" Harry nodded solemnly, then surprised everyone by stepping forward and wrapping his thin arms around the healer's waist in a brief but heartfelt hug. "Thank you," he whispered. "Thank you for making the hurt stop." The simple gratitude in his voice brought tears to Healer Clearwater's eyes, and she had to clear her throat before she could respond. "You're very welcome, sweetheart. Remember what I told you. You deserve to be happy and safe. Don't let anyone convince you otherwise." After the official party had departed, the Whitmore family found themselves standing in their front garden with a child who was simultaneously the most famous person in the wizarding world and the most vulnerable child they had ever fostered. The contrast between his reputation and his reality was almost too large to comprehend. "Would you like to see your room?" Margaret asked gently. "We've set up a space just for you, and you can change anything you don't like about it." The idea that he might have preferences about his living space, that adults would want to accommodate his choices rather than simply assign him to whatever was most convenient, was clearly a new concept for Harry. He nodded uncertainly and followed them into the house, his green eyes taking in everything with the sort of careful attention that spoke of someone who had learned that survival depended on understanding his environment completely. The house itself was a revelation. Magic hummed gently in every room, manifesting in practical conveniences and whimsical touches that made the space feel alive with possibility. Self-washing dishes danced gracefully in the kitchen sink, books rearranged themselves on shelves according to the reader's interests, and the paintings on the walls moved and changed with the family's moods and activities. But it was not the magic that captured Harry's attention so much as the evidence of a family that valued its children. Toys were scattered in corners where they had been abandoned during play, rather than stored in rigid order. Drawings and school projects covered the refrigerator in colourful chaos. Photographs moved gently in their frames, showing parents and children laughing together, playing together, simply being together without tension or fear. "This is your room," Margaret said, opening a door on the second floor to reveal a space that had been prepared with the sort of thoughtful care that spoke of genuine affection. The bed was child-sized but comfortable, covered with soft blankets in warm colours. A bookshelf held age-appropriate stories about magic and adventure. A small desk provided space for drawing or writing, and the window looked out over the garden where gnomes and children played together in harmonious chaos. Harry stood in the doorway for a long moment, taking in a room that had been created specifically for him, that was his to use and arrange and inhabit as he chose. The concept was so foreign that he seemed unable to process it completely. "It's mine?" he asked finally, his voice filled with wonder and disbelief. "All yours," Thomas confirmed. "Your bed, your books, your space to be yourself, however you want to be. And I don't have to share it with anyone?" The question revealed more about his previous living conditions than any case file could have documented. The idea that a child might expect to share his bedroom spoke of overcrowding or deliberate humiliation, designed to reinforce his status as an unwelcome burden. "This room belongs to you and only you," Margaret said firmly. "You can close the door when you want privacy, you can arrange your things however you like, and nobody will bother you here unless you invite them in." Harry stepped into the room as if it were a sacred space, his small hands touching the bedspread, the books, the desk, with reverent care. When he reached the window and looked out at the garden, his expression transformed into something approaching joy. "There are other children," he observed with the sort of wonder that suggested this was not a normal part of his experience. "Rebecca and Michael," Margaret confirmed. "Our daughter and son. They're very excited to meet you, but they've been told to give you time to settle in before they overwhelm you with questions and invitations to play. They want to play with me?" The concept seemed almost too wonderful to believe. "They've been planning games and activities for days," Thomas said with a chuckle. "I think they're more excited about your arrival than they've ever been about Christmas morning." "But what if they don't like me?" Harry asked, with the sort of practical concern that spoke of someone who had learned to expect rejection rather than acceptance. "Harry," Margaret said gently, sitting on the edge of his bed and patting the space beside her in invitation. "Can I tell you something important?" Harry approached cautiously and perched on the very edge of the bed, ready to flee if the situation turned dangerous. Margaret noticed his positioning but did not comment, understanding that trust would have to be earned rather than assumed. "You are a wonderful little boy," she said with absolute conviction. "You are kind and brave and intelligent and deserving of love and friendship. The people who hurt you were wrong about everything they said about you, and the children who get to know you are going to be very lucky indeed." "How do you know?" Harry asked with heartbreaking skepticism. "You just met me." "Because I've spent my whole adult life working with children who have been hurt the way you were hurt," Margaret replied honestly. "And I've learned that children who survive what you survived don't become cruel or mean or bad. They become stronger and more compassionate and more determined to make sure other children don't suffer the way they did. That makes you remarkable, not defective." The idea that his suffering might have made him stronger rather than more broken was clearly a new concept for Harry, and he sat quietly for several minutes, processing this unexpected perspective on his own experiences. "The Aura lady said I was brave," he said finally. "But I don't feel brave. I feel scared all the time." "Being brave doesn't mean you don't feel scared," Thomas said from the doorway, where he had been quietly observing the conversation. "Being brave means you do the right thing, even when you are scared. And you've been doing the right thing every day of your life, Harry. You've been surviving and staying kind, and refusing to let cruel people make you cruel too. That's the bravest thing anyone can do." Dinner that evening was a revelation for Harry in ways that no amount of explanation could have prepared him for. The Whitmore family gathered around a table that accommodated everyone comfortably, with food that had been prepared with care and served in quantities that ensured everyone would have enough. But it was not the abundance that amazed Harry so much as the atmosphere. The family talked during the meal. They shared stories about their days, asked questions about each other's activities, laughed at jokes and gentle teasing. Rebecca told them about her lessons in magical theory, while Michael described his attempts to teach the garden gnomes to play Quidditch. Margaret shared amusing incidents from her work, and Thomas entertained them with stories about the young dragon who had developed an inexplicable fondness for classical music. Harry sat quietly through most of the meal, overwhelmed by the novelty of adults and children eating together without tension or fear. Nobody screamed. Nobody threatened punishment for minor infractions. Nobody made him feel unwelcome or burdensome simply for existing. "Harry," Rebecca said during a lull in the conversation, "do you want to see my room after dinner? I have a dollhouse that's been charmed, so the tiny people inside can actually live their lives. They have jobs and families and everything." The invitation was made with the sort of casual friendliness that suggested Rebecca genuinely wanted to share something she valued with someone she was already beginning to consider a friend. For Harry, who had never been invited to see another child's private space, the offer was almost overwhelming. "Are you sure?" he asked carefully. "I don't want to bother you." "You wouldn't be bothering me," Rebecca assured him, with the sort of matter-of-fact certainty that only children possessed. "I asked because I want to show you. That's how friendships work." The concept of friendship as something based on mutual desire for each other's company, rather than obligation or convenience, was clearly foreign to Harry's experience, but he nodded shyly and agreed to the visit. Later that evening, as Margaret tucked Harry into his own bed in his own room, she found herself moved by how carefully he had arranged his few possessions. The clothes that had been provided for him were folded with military precision and placed in the dresser drawers. The books on his shelf were organized by size rather than subject, suggesting someone who was more concerned with order than preference. Even his new toothbrush was positioned with geometric precision on the bathroom counter. "Are you comfortable?" she asked gently. "Do you need anything before I turn out the lights?" "This is the nicest bed I've ever slept in," Harry said with simple honesty. "Thank you for letting me use it." The gratitude for basic comfort and safety was both heartwarming and heartbreaking, evidence of just how little Harry had been given in his short life, and how much he valued even simple kindness. "Harry," Margaret said softly, "this isn't something you're using temporarily. This is your bed, in your room, for as long as you need it to be. You don't have to thank us for giving you what every child deserves." "What if I have nightmares?" he asked, with the sort of practical concern that spoke of someone who had learned to expect his unconscious mind to betray him at the worst possible moments. "Then you call for help, and someone will come," Margaret replied simply. "You're not alone anymore, sweetheart. You don't have to face anything by yourself." As Margaret turned off the lights and closed the door, leaving it slightly ajar so that Harry could see the hallway light and know that help was nearby if needed, she found herself thinking about the child she had just tucked into bed. Tomorrow, he would begin the long process of learning that the world could be kind as well as cruel, that adults could be trusted as well as feared, that his own worth was not dependent on his ability to avoid causing trouble. It would not be easy. Children who had been systematically abused did not heal overnight, and there would undoubtedly be setbacks and challenges that would test everyone's patience and commitment. But tonight, for the first time in his life, Harry Potter was falling asleep in a room of his own, in a house where he was wanted and valued, surrounded by people who were committed to his safety and happiness. Tomorrow, he would wake up to his first full day of being a child rather than a victim, and the wizarding world would begin to understand that saving Harry Potter had been just the beginning of their responsibility to him. The real work of healing the damage they had allowed to occur was only just beginning, but it was work they were finally ready to undertake. In his small bed, in his own room, Harry Potter slept peacefully for the first time in his life, surrounded by the gentle magic of a home where children were treasured rather than tolerated. And in that sleep, he began to dream not of cupboards and anger and endless hunger, but of dragons and friendship and the revolutionary concept that tomorrow might be better than today. For a 5-year-old boy who had never been given reason to hope, it was the most powerful magic of all. The ancient stones of Courtroom 10 had witnessed centuries of magical jurisprudence, from the prosecution of dark wizards to the resolution of complex inheritance disputes. But never in its long and storied history had the chamber been called upon to address a case that would fundamentally challenge the moral foundations of wizarding society itself. Chief Warlock Tiberius Ogden called the special tribunal to order with 3 sharp raps of his ceremonial gavel, the sound echoing through the packed courtroom like hammer blows against the conscience of magical Britain. The gallery was filled to capacity with reporters, concerned citizens, and government officials whose careers would be defined by whatever judgment emerged from these proceedings. At the defendants' table sat Vernon and Petunia Dursley, their faces pale with the sort of terror that came from finding themselves in a world they neither understood nor accepted. Vernon's usual bluster had been replaced by the wide-eyed shock of someone discovering that magic was not only real, but carried the force of law. Beside him, Petunia clutched a handkerchief with white knuckles, her thin face drawn with the realization that her carefully maintained facade of respectability was about to be stripped away in the most public manner possible. But it was the second defendant's table that commanded the most attention from the packed gallery. Professor Albus Dumbledore sat with the dignity of someone who had faced down the darkest wizard in history, but even his legendary composure could not entirely mask the weight of institutional failure that had brought him to this moment. The twinkling eyes that had charmed generations of students were shadowed with something that might have been regret or might have been resignation. "This tribunal," Chief Warlock Ogden announced in his carrying voice, "has been convened to examine the systematic failure of child protection that resulted in the abuse and endangerment of Harry James Potter, age 5, ward of the magical state, and survivor of the attack that ended the reign of he who must not be named." The formal language could not disguise the revolutionary nature of what was taking place. For the first time in wizarding history, the highest levels of magical authority were being held accountable for the welfare of a child. The precedent being set in this courtroom would echo through magical jurisprudence for generations to come. Prosecutor Amelia Bones rose from her seat with the sort of quiet authority that made even seasoned politicians straighten in their chairs. Her monocle caught the light as she surveyed the courtroom, and when she spoke, her voice carried the weight of absolute moral conviction. "Members of the tribunal," she began, her crisp pronunciation making each word strike like a physical blow. "We are here today because a 5-year-old child has suffered years of systematic abuse while under the supposed protection of the most powerful magical safeguards available. We are here because institutional negligence nearly cost us our savior. And we are here because the time has come to hold those responsible accountable for their failures." She moved to the center of the courtroom with practiced grace, her presence commanding attention from every corner of the chamber. "The evidence we will present today will shock you, it will anger you, and it should inspire you to ensure that such failures never occur again." With a gesture that had become familiar over the past week of preliminary hearings, Madam Bones activated a magical projection that filled the space above the courtroom with a 3-dimensional image of number 4, Privet Drive. The house looked perfectly ordinary from the outside, the sort of suburban respectability that suggested nothing more interesting than morning tea and evening television. "This is where Harry Potter has lived for the past 5 years, Madam Bones announced. "To Muggle eyes, it appears to be a normal family home. But magical investigation has revealed conditions that would not be acceptable for a house elf, let alone the most important child in our world." The projection zoomed inward, penetrating the walls to reveal the interior layout. The gallery gasped audibly as the camera focused on the cupboard under the stairs, its cramped dimensions making it clear that no human being should have been expected to live in such a space. This cupboard, measuring 6 feet by 4 feet, served as Harry Potter's bedroom for 5 years. Madam Bones continued with relentless precision. No window, no proper ventilation, no space for a growing child to move or play or simply exist with basic human dignity. Vernon Dursley shifted uncomfortably in his seat, his face flushing that familiar purple, as he realized that his most closely guarded secret was being exposed to the judgment of people whose very existence he had spent years denying. "The prosecution calls its first witness," Madam Bones announced, "Healer Augusta Clearwater, child specialist at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries." Healer Clearwater approached the witness stand with the sort of professional composure that came from decades of treating children who had suffered trauma. But even her considerable experience had not prepared her for the comprehensive catalogue of abuse that Harry's case had revealed. "Healer Clearwater," Madam Bones began once the witness had been sworn in, "please describe Harry Potter's physical condition when he was brought to St. Mungo's 5 days ago." The healer consulted her notes, though it was clear that many of the details were burned into her memory with the sort of clarity that would haunt her for years to come. "Harry Potter presented with severe malnutrition consistent with chronic food insecurity," she said in the clinical tone that medical professionals use to discuss cases too emotionally charged for normal language. "His growth has been stunted by approximately 18 months compared to normal development for a child his age. He showed evidence of multiple healed fractures, suggesting repeated physical trauma over an extended period." "Multiple fractures?" Chief Warlock Ogden interrupted, his voice sharp with shock. "In a 5-year-old child. 3 ribs, his left wrist, and what appears to have been a significant injury to his shoulder that healed improperly due to lack of medical attention," Healer Clearwater confirmed. "The pattern of injuries suggests systematic physical abuse rather than accidental trauma." The silence that followed was profound and uncomfortable. Everyone in the courtroom was processing the same terrible realization. While they had been celebrating Harry Potter as their savior, he had been suffering injuries that spoke of deliberate cruelty. "Were there other indicators of abuse?" Madam Bones continued. "Extensive psychological trauma," Healer Clearwater replied. "Harry exhibits all the classic signs of a child who has been systematically taught to expect violence and rejection. He apologizes constantly for normal childhood behaviors. He hoards food. He assumes that any mistake will result in severe punishment. Most concerning of all, he genuinely believes that he deserves the treatment he received. In the gallery, several witches and wizards were openly weeping at this clinical description of their hero's suffering. Others sat in stunned silence, trying to reconcile the image of the triumphant boy who lived with the reality of a traumatized child who believed his abuse was justified. "Healer Clearwater," Chief Warlock Ogden said heavily, "in your professional opinion, could this pattern of abuse have continued without detection by adults who were paying proper attention to the child's welfare?" "Absolutely not," the healer replied without hesitation. "The physical signs alone would have been obvious to any adult who spent time in the child's presence. The psychological indicators were even more apparent. Anyone who was monitoring Harry's welfare with even minimal competence would have recognized the signs of systematic abuse." All eyes turned to the second defendant's table, where Professor Dumbledore sat with the weight of institutional failure visible in every line of his ancient face. "The prosecution calls Professor Minerva McGonagall," Madam Bones announced. The transformation of the stern Transfiguration professor as she approached the witness stand was remarkable to behold. McGonagall had always been known for her rigid composure and professional detachment, but today she carried herself with the sort of barely controlled fury that spoke of someone who had witnessed a fundamental betrayal of everything she held sacred. "Professor McGonagall," Madam Bones began once the witness had been sworn in, "you observed the Dursley family prior to Harry Potter's placement with them. Please describe what you witnessed." McGonagall's lips compressed into a thin line that spoke volumes about her feelings regarding the decision that had been made, despite her objections. "I spent an entire day observing the family on Professor Dumbledore's request," she said, with the sort of precision that suggested every word had been carefully chosen for maximum impact. "What I witnessed was a family characterized by casual cruelty, obsessive conformity, and deep-seated hatred for anything they considered abnormal. Did you express concerns about their suitability as guardians?" "I expressed grave concerns," McGonagall replied, her voice rising slightly with emotion that had been building for nearly 6 years. "I told Professor Dumbledore that the Dursleys were the sort of people who would consider a magical child an abomination to be hidden and controlled rather than nurtured and protected." The implications of that statement sent a ripple of shock through the courtroom. If Dumbledore's most trusted colleague had warned him about the Dursleys' unsuitability, then Harry's placement with them had not been an error in judgment, but a deliberate decision made in full knowledge of the likely consequences. "And what was Professor Dumbledore's response to your concerns?" McGonagall's expression grew even grimmer if such a thing were possible. "He told me that Harry's safety was more important than his happiness, that the blood protection created by his mother's sacrifice required placement with family, regardless of their character. That temporary unhappiness was a small price to pay for absolute security." "Temporary unhappiness," Madam Bones repeated, allowing the phrase to hang in the air like an accusation. "Professor McGonagall, in your professional opinion as an educator who has worked with children for decades, was there anything temporary about the damage inflicted on Harry Potter?" "The psychological trauma that child has endured will affect him for the rest of his life," McGonagall said with absolute conviction. "The idea that his suffering was temporary is not just wrong, it's morally bankrupt." The defense attorney for the Dursleys, a nervous young man who had drawn the short straw in representing clients whose actions were indefensible, attempted to object to McGonagall's characterization, but Chief Warlock Ogden overruled him with a gesture that suggested the tribunal was more interested in truth than legal technicalities. "The prosecution calls Dobby, Free House Elf, and catalyst for this investigation." The appearance of Dobby in the witness stand created a sensation that rippled through the courtroom like wildfire. House elves rarely testified in wizarding courts, and never in cases of such magnitude. But Dobby approached the witness stand with the sort of dignity that came from having found a cause worth dying for. "Dobby," Madam Bones said gently, recognizing that the house elf's testimony would be crucial to establishing the timeline of institutional failure. Please tell the tribunal what you witnessed at number 4, Privet Drive. Dobby's large eyes filled with tears that sparkled with their own inner light as he recalled the scene that had motivated him to risk everything for a child he had never met. Dobby saw Harry Potter standing on chair, trying to cook breakfast for people who hurt him, he said, in a voice that carried more moral authority than most wizards managed in their entire careers. Harry Potter was so small, and the stove was so dangerous, but he had to do it anyway because the big man would hurt him more if breakfast was not ready. What convinced you to report what you had seen? Harry Potter said, "Thank you," Dobby replied simply. When the big man told him he would be locked in the cupboard with no food, Harry Potter said, "Thank you." Children should not have to thank people for hurting them. The simple wisdom of that statement silenced the entire courtroom. Here was a being that wizarding society considered property, delivering a moral judgment on their failures that cut straight to the heart of everything they had done wrong. Dobby risked terrible punishment to report what he had seen, Madam Bones continued. Why did you consider it worth that risk? Some things are more important than Dobby's safety, the house elf replied with quiet dignity. Harry Potter needed someone to speak for him, and Dobby was the only one who saw, so Dobby spoke. The contrast between Dobby's courage and the institutional cowardice that had allowed Harry's abuse to continue was not lost on anyone in the courtroom. An enslaved house elf had shown more moral courage than the most powerful wizards in Britain. The prosecution calls its final witness, Madam Bones announced, Harry James Potter. The announcement created an immediate uproar in the gallery. The idea of subjecting a traumatized 5-year-old to cross-examination in open court was controversial at best, cruel at worst. But Madam Bones raised her hand for silence, and when she spoke, her voice carried the authority of someone who understood the stakes involved. Harry Potter will not be questioned directly, she clarified. Instead, we will present his testimony through magical memory extraction, allowing the tribunal to witness events through his own eyes without subjecting him to further trauma. A silvery pensieve was brought forward and placed at the center of the courtroom. The memory that swirled within it had been extracted with the utmost care by specialists who understood how to work with traumatized children. As the courtroom watched in growing horror, they experienced 5 years of systematic abuse through the eyes of a child who had been taught that his suffering was normal and deserved. They saw him cooking breakfast at age 4, standing on chairs that wobbled dangerously as he tried to manage tasks designed for adults. They felt his terror when Vernon's voice rose in anger, his automatic assumption that any mistake would result in violence. They experienced the cramped darkness of the cupboard where he spent countless hours locked away from light and human contact. Most devastating of all, they witnessed his gradual acceptance of the idea that he was worthless, unwanted, a burden that the world barely tolerated. They saw him internalize the Dursleys' hatred until it became his own self-image, transforming a naturally curious and affectionate child into someone who expected nothing but rejection and pain. By the time the memory concluded, there was not a dry eye in the courtroom. Hardened auras were openly weeping. Seasoned politicians sat in stunned silence. Even the court reporters had stopped taking notes, too overwhelmed by what they had witnessed to maintain professional detachment. Members of the tribunal, Madam Bones said, into the profound silence that followed, you have now seen what we saw. You have experienced what Harry Potter experienced. The question before us is not whether systematic abuse occurred. The evidence is overwhelming and incontrovertible. The question is what we do about those who enabled it. She turned to face the defendant's tables, her expression carrying the weight of institutional judgment. Vernon and Petunia Dursley stand accused of child abuse, child endangerment, and criminal neglect of a magical ward. The evidence against them is clear and damning, but they are not the only ones who bear responsibility for what happened to Harry Potter. All eyes turned to Professor Dumbledore, who had sat through the entire proceeding with the dignity of someone who understood that his moral authority was on trial alongside his judgment. "Professor Dumbledore," Madam Bones continued with relentless precision, "you placed Harry Potter with guardians who had been identified as unsuitable. You failed to conduct any meaningful welfare checks for nearly 6 years. You ignored the advice of your most trusted colleagues and the concerns of your only monitor. Most damning of all, you prioritized theoretical protection over actual welfare, sacrificing a child's happiness and health for magical safeguards that ultimately failed anyway." Dumbledore rose from his seat with the slow dignity of someone who understood that this moment would define his legacy more than any previous triumph or failure. "Madam Bones," he said quietly, his voice carrying none of its usual warmth and authority, "everything you have said is true. I made decisions based on what I believed was the greater good, and those decisions caused unspeakable suffering to a child who had already sacrificed more than any person should be asked to bear." The admission sent shockwaves through the courtroom. Albus Dumbledore did not admit error, let alone moral failure. To hear him acknowledge the catastrophic nature of his decisions was to witness the foundations of their post-war world shift beneath their feet. "I believed," he continued with the sort of terrible honesty that stripped away decades of carefully maintained authority, that keeping Harry alive was more important than keeping him happy. I believed that his suffering was acceptable if it prevented greater suffering for others. I was wrong. The silence that followed was profound and transformative. In those simple words, the moral framework that had governed Wizarding Society for the past 6 years had been acknowledged as fundamentally flawed. Chief Warlock Ogden called for a recess while the tribunal deliberated, but the outcome was never really in doubt. The evidence was too overwhelming, the moral failure too complete, for any verdict other than guilty on all counts. When court reconvened 2 hours later, the pronouncement of judgment was swift and devastating. Vernon and Petunia Dursley were found guilty of systematic child abuse and sentenced to the maximum penalties allowed under magical law. More significantly, they were stripped of all parental and guardianship rights, ensuring they could never again harm any child under their care. But it was the judgment rendered against Professor Dumbledore that truly shocked the wizarding world. Found guilty of criminal negligence in the performance of his duties as Harry's magical guardian, he was stripped of his position as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot and faced a formal vote of no confidence in his role as headmaster of Hogwarts. Furthermore, Chief Warlock Ogden announced, in a voice that carried the weight of institutional reform, "This tribunal orders the immediate implementation of comprehensive magical child protection protocols. Never again will a magical child suffer in silence while those charged with their protection look the other way." The revolution that Dobby had started with a single act of moral courage had culminated in the most significant reform of magical child welfare in wizarding history. New laws would be written, new oversight mechanisms established, new protections put in place to ensure that no child would ever again fall through the cracks of institutional indifference. But perhaps most importantly, the wizarding world had finally acknowledged that good intentions could not excuse bad outcomes, that the greater good could not be achieved through the sacrifice of individual children, and that protecting their heroes meant more than simply keeping them alive. As the courtroom emptied and the participants dispersed to process the magnitude of what had occurred, one fact remained clear. Harry Potter's suffering had not been in vain. His pain had become the catalyst for reforms that would protect thousands of magical children for generations to come. The boy who lived had saved their world twice, once from Voldemort's darkness, and once from their own moral blindness, and this time he would finally receive the protection and care that every child deserved, not because of what he had done for them, but because of who he was. A little boy who had endured more than anyone should have to bear, and who deserved nothing less than their very best efforts to ensure his future happiness and safety. Justice, long delayed, had finally arrived. 3 weeks after the trial that had reshaped the moral foundations of wizarding society, Harry Potter sat cross-legged on the sun-warmed grass of the Whitmore family garden, watching with fascination as his accidental magic caused flower petals to dance through the air in spiraling patterns that defied both gravity and logic. For the first time in his young life, magic was not something to fear or hide, but something to explore and celebrate. "That's beautiful, Harry," said Rebecca Whitmore, settling down beside him with the sort of casual acceptance that made magic seem as natural as breathing. At 8 years old, she had grown up in a household where extraordinary was ordinary, where children were encouraged to experiment with their abilities rather than suppress them. Harry's concentration wavered at the praise, and the petals fluttered to the ground in gentle confusion. Even after 3 weeks of constant reassurance, positive attention still surprised him enough to disrupt whatever he was doing. "I didn't mean to do it," he said automatically, the apology so ingrained that it emerged before conscious thought could intervene. "I can make it stop if it's bothering anyone." "Why would you want to stop it?" Michael Whitmore asked from his perch in the apple tree overhead. At 6, he was closer to Harry's age, but possessed the sort of confident curiosity that came from never having been made to feel ashamed of his natural abilities. "It's brilliant magic. I wish I could make flowers dance like that." The concept that his magic might be something to admire rather than suppress was still so foreign to Harry's experience that he tilted his head with genuine confusion. "But it's not controlled," he said carefully, working through the logic that had been drilled into him through years of fear and punishment. Uncle Vernon always said magic that wasn't controlled was dangerous and wrong. Uncle Vernon was an idiot, Rebecca declared, with the sort of 8-year-old certainty that brooked no argument. "Magic is supposed to happen when you feel things strongly. That's how children learn to control it properly, by understanding what their emotions do first." From the kitchen window, Margaret Whitmore watched the interaction with the sort of professional satisfaction that came from witnessing healing in real time. Harry's progress over the past 3 weeks had been remarkable in some ways, and heartbreakingly slow in others. His physical health had improved dramatically, thanks to proper nutrition and magical healing, but the psychological damage of 5 years of systematic abuse could not be resolved with potions and charms. The automatic apologies had decreased in frequency, but not disappeared entirely. The hoarding of food had stopped, though Harry still cleaned his plate with the sort of thoroughness that spoke of someone who had learned never to waste anything edible. Most encouragingly, he had begun to show glimpses of the natural curiosity and playfulness that should have characterized a child his age, though these moments were still tentative and easily disrupted. "Harry!" she called from the window, her voice carrying the sort of warmth that had become familiar over their weeks together. "Your tutor will be here in an hour for your magic lesson. Would you like to wash up and have some lunch first?" The mention of his magical education brought a smile to Harry's face that transformed his entire countenance. Professor Eliza Clearwater, Augusta's younger sister and a specialist in magical child development, had been working with Harry 3 times a week to help him understand and develop his abilities in a controlled, supportive environment. Unlike the chaotic outbursts that had characterized his magic at the Dursleys, his sessions with Professor Clearwater were structured around the revolutionary idea that magical education should be joyful rather than fearful, exploratory rather than suppressive. "Can I show Professor Clearwater the flower dancing?" Harry asked, with the sort of tentative excitement that suggested he was beginning to understand that his magic might be something worth sharing rather than hiding. "I think she'd love to see it," Margaret assured him. "But maybe practice it a bit more so you can show her how it works when you're feeling calm as well as when you're surprised." An hour later, Professor Eliza Clearwater arrived via the Flu Network in a swirl of green flames and academic robes that had been charmed to resist the various magical accidents that characterized her work with young wizards. At 32, She had dedicated her career to developing teaching methods that worked with children's natural magical development rather than against it. "Good afternoon, Harry," she said, with the sort of genuine warmth that had made her one of the most sought-after magical educators in Britain. "I hear you've been working on some new magic this week." Harry's response had evolved considerably over their previous sessions, where once he would have immediately apologized for any magical activity. Now he showed only slight hesitation before admitting to his experiments. "I made flower petals dance," he said carefully, watching Professor Clearwater's face for any sign of disapproval or concern. "Rebecca said it was beautiful, but I'm not sure if it's the right kind of magic." "There's no such thing as wrong magic when it comes from joy and wonder," Professor Clearwater assured him, settling onto the grass with the sort of casual dignity that made formal magical education feel like play. "Would you like to show me what you discovered?" The lesson that followed would have revolutionized magical education if more people had been able to witness it. Instead of the rigid structure and fear-based learning that characterized most magical instruction, Professor Clearwater worked with Harry's natural curiosity to help him understand the connection between emotion and magical expression. "Magic responds to what we feel," she explained, as Harry's concentration caused the flower petals to lift into the air again. "When you feel happy and peaceful, your magic becomes gentle and beautiful. When you feel scared or angry, it becomes more forceful and protective. Neither is wrong. They're just different tools for different situations." "But Uncle Vernon said my magic was always wrong," Harry said, his concentration wavering as painful memories intruded on the peaceful lesson. "He said it proved I was a freak who didn't belong anywhere." The flower petals scattered as Harry's mood shifted, and for a moment his magic flickered with the darker edge that had characterized his accidental outbursts during moments of extreme distress at the Dursleys. "Harry," Professor Clearwater said gently, making no move to suppress or redirect his magic. "Your uncle was frightened of magic because he didn't understand it. People who are frightened of things they don't understand often try to make other people frightened too. But magic isn't something to be afraid of. It's part of who you are, and who you are is wonderful." The validation of his fundamental nature as a magical being was something Harry was still learning to accept. 5 years of being told that his core identity was wrong and shameful could not be erased in a matter of weeks, but each positive interaction helped build new neural pathways that associated magic with joy rather than terror. "Can you teach me to make it do what I want it to do?" he asked with growing confidence. "So it's not just accidents anymore?" "That's exactly what we're going to work on," Professor Clearwater confirmed. "But first, let's talk about the difference between control and suppression. Control means understanding your magic and working with it. Suppression means trying to pretend it doesn't exist. One is healthy, and one is dangerous." The lesson continued for another hour, during which Harry learned to consciously direct his magic in small, manageable ways. He made leaves change color, caused water to flow uphill in tiny streams, and created patterns of light that danced through the afternoon air like captured sunbeams. But perhaps most importantly, he began to understand that magical education was not about eliminating his natural abilities, but about refining and channeling them in ways that brought joy to himself and others. "Professor Clearwater," he said, as their session was winding down, "why didn't anyone teach me this before? Why did I have to learn that magic was bad?" The question cut straight to the heart of everything that had gone wrong with Harry's early life. Professor Clearwater considered her response carefully, understanding that her answer would help shape Harry's relationship with both magic and the adults who had failed him. "The people who were supposed to teach you about magic made some very serious mistakes," she said honestly. "They were so worried about keeping you safe from people who might want to hurt you that they forgot to make sure you were safe from the people who were supposed to take care of you." "But I'm safe now," Harry asked, with the sort of careful hope that spoke of someone who had learned not to take security for granted. "You're very safe now," Professor Clearwater assured him. "There are lots of people working very hard to make sure you'll never be hurt like that again. And part of keeping you safe is teaching you to understand and control your magic so it can protect you if you ever need it to." After Professor Clearwater departed, Harry found himself in the unusual position of having free time with no assigned chores, no punishments to serve, and no relatives whose moods needed to be carefully monitored and managed. The concept of leisure time was still foreign enough to create mild anxiety, as if surely there must be something he was supposed to be doing to earn his keep. "Harry," Thomas called from the doorway of his study, "would you like to see some pictures of the dragons I work with? I have some new photographs that just came back from the development lab." The invitation was extended with the sort of casual kindness that the Whitmore family seemed to specialize in. But for Harry, who had never been invited to share in an adult's interests simply for the pleasure of his company, it represented a revolutionary concept. "Are you sure?" he asked carefully. "I don't want to bother you while you're working." "You wouldn't be bothering me," Thomas assured him with a smile. "I asked because I thought you'd enjoy it. That's what friends do. They share things they think will make each other happy." The application of the word friends to describe the relationship between a child and an adult was another concept that challenged Harry's understanding of how the world worked. In his experience, adults were authorities to be appeased, obstacles to be navigated, or sources of danger to be avoided. The idea that they might be friends who shared interests and enjoyed each other's company was almost too wonderful to believe. Thomas's study was a treasure trove of magical creature research, filled with moving photographs, detailed sketches, and carefully preserved specimens that spoke of a lifetime devoted to understanding beings that most wizards considered too dangerous to approach. But it was not the academic achievements that captured Harry's attention so much as the obvious love and respect that Thomas showed for his subjects. "This is Esperanza," Thomas said, showing Harry a photograph of a Spanish short snout whose scales gleamed like copper in the Mediterranean sunlight. "She's about 15 years old, which makes her a young adult for her species. She's incredibly intelligent and has learned to paint with her claws." "Dragons can paint?" Harry asked, with the sort of wonder that made his eyes light up and his magic sparkle gently in the air around him. "This one can," Thomas confirmed, pulling out a small canvas that showed abstract swirls of color, applied with obvious deliberation and artistic intent. "She seems to enjoy creating beauty for its own sake, which suggests that dragons have aesthetic sensibilities that most people don't recognize. The idea that creatures which were traditionally viewed as nothing more than dangerous animals might possess complex inner lives and creative impulses was fascinating to Harry, who had spent his own life being dismissed as something less than fully human. "Do people understand that they're intelligent?" he asked, with the sort of careful curiosity that characterized his approach to new information. "Some do," Thomas said honestly. "But many people are frightened of dragons, so they prefer to think of them as mindless beasts rather than beings with their own thoughts and feelings. It's easier to justify keeping them confined or treating them poorly if you convince yourself they don't really understand what's happening to them." The parallel to his own experience was not lost on Harry, who had been treated as something less than human by people who found it convenient to believe that his thoughts and feelings didn't matter. The realization that other beings faced similar challenges created a sense of kinship that transcended species boundaries. "Is that why you study them?" Harry asked with growing understanding. "To help people understand that they're more than just dangerous animals?" "That's exactly why," Thomas confirmed with approval that made Harry's chest warm with pride. "I believe that understanding leads to respect, and respect leads to better treatment for everyone involved." That evening, as the Whitmore family gathered for dinner, Harry found himself contributing to the conversation in ways that would have been impossible just weeks earlier. The combination of proper nutrition, magical healing, educational stimulation, and consistent emotional support had begun to unlock intellectual and social capabilities that had been suppressed by years of abuse and neglect. "I learned about dragon intelligence today," he announced, as Margaret served a roast that had been prepared with the sort of care that made every meal feel like a celebration. "Did you know that some of them can create art?" "I didn't know that," Rebecca said with genuine interest. "What kind of art do they make?" Harry's explanation of Esperanza's painting abilities led to a broader discussion about animal intelligence, artistic expression, and the ways in which fear could prevent understanding between different species. It was the sort of dinner conversation that characterized households where children's ideas were valued and their curiosity encouraged. But perhaps most remarkably, Harry participated without anxiety, contributing his thoughts and questions without constantly monitoring the adult's reactions for signs of displeasure or irritation. For the first time in his life, he was experiencing what it felt like to be heard rather than merely tolerated. After dinner, as had become their evening routine, Margaret sat with Harry while he prepared for bed. The ritual had evolved over their weeks together, from a simple matter of supervision to a time for reflection and emotional processing that helped Harry understand and integrate his daily experiences. "How are you feeling tonight?" Margaret asked, as Harry brushed his teeth with the sort of thoroughness that still suggested someone who had learned that personal hygiene was monitored and judged. "Happy," Harry said, after considering the question seriously. "And a little confused." "Confused about what?" Harry finished brushing his teeth and climbed into the bed that still felt like a miracle of comfort and privacy every night. "Professor Clearwater says my magic is good, and that Uncle Vernon was wrong about everything," he said slowly, working through concepts that challenged 5 years of carefully constructed beliefs about himself. But if Uncle Vernon was wrong about magic, what if he was wrong about other things too? The question demonstrated the sort of cognitive development that characterized healing from systematic abuse. As Harry's trust in his new environment grew, he was beginning to question not just specific incidents of mistreatment, but the entire worldview that had been imposed on him by his abusers. "What other things are you wondering about?" Margaret asked gently, recognizing that this conversation could be crucial to Harry's ongoing recovery. "He always said I was worthless, and that nobody would want me if they knew what I was really like," Harry said, with the sort of matter-of-fact delivery that made his words even more heartbreaking. "But you and Thomas and Rebecca and Michael seem to like having me here. So maybe that was wrong too?" The question hung in the air like a prayer, carrying all of a child's desperate need to believe that his fundamental worth was not dependent on the opinions of people who had hurt him. "Harry," Margaret said with absolute conviction, "everything your uncle told you about your worth was completely wrong. You are valuable and lovable and deserving of care, not because of anything you do or don't do, but simply because you exist. You don't have to earn love or prove you deserve kindness. Those things should be given to you freely, without conditions or requirements." The concept of unconditional positive regard was still revolutionary enough to bring tears to Harry's eyes. In his previous experience, any affection or approval had been conditional on perfect behavior and complete suppression of his natural abilities and personality. To be told that he was valued simply for being himself was almost too wonderful to process. "Even when I make mistakes?" he asked tentatively. "Especially when you make mistakes," Margaret confirmed, "because that's when you most need to know that you're still loved and valued. Mistakes are how we learn and grow. They don't make you less worthy of care." As Margaret tucked Harry into bed and turned off the lights, she found herself marveling at the resilience of children who had survived experiences that would have broken many adults. Harry's capacity for healing, his willingness to trust despite having every reason to expect betrayal, and his fundamental kindness despite years of cruelty spoke to the sort of strength that transcended physical or magical power. But perhaps most remarkably, His recovery was inspiring changes that extended far beyond his individual case. The trial had sparked a revolution in magical child protection that was already beginning to transform how the wizarding world approached the welfare of its youngest members. New laws had been passed requiring regular welfare checks for all magical children placed in non-magical homes. Training programs had been established for social workers who specialized in magical family dynamics. Most importantly, a cultural shift was occurring that prioritized child welfare over political convenience or institutional inertia. Harry Potter's suffering had become the catalyst for reforms that would protect thousands of magical children for generations to come. His pain had not been meaningless. It had been transformed into purpose, ensuring that other children would never face the systematic neglect and abuse that had characterized his early life. As Harry drifted off to sleep in his own bed, in his own room, surrounded by people who valued his safety and happiness above all other considerations, he began to dream not of cupboards and hunger and endless fear, but of dragons who created art, magic that danced with flowers, and the revolutionary possibility that tomorrow would be even better than today. For a 5-year-old boy who had never been given reason to hope for anything beyond basic survival, it was the most powerful magic of all. The magic of healing, of growth, and of a future that held infinite possibility rather than endless repetition of past trauma. The boy who lived was finally learning how to live. And in that learning, he was discovering that his greatest victory had not been surviving Voldemort's attack as an infant, but surviving the systematic cruelty that followed, and emerging with his capacity for love and wonder intact. It was, perhaps, the most remarkable magic anyone had ever witnessed. The formal adoption ceremony took place on a crisp October morning in the Ministry of Magic's newly established Department of Magical Child Welfare, a division that had been created in direct response to the institutional failures revealed by Harry Potter's case. The room had been designed with children in mind, featuring warm lighting, comfortable seating, and enchanted murals that shifted gently to reflect the emotional state of the families they served. Jonathan and Lydia Clearwater sat across from Harry at the polished oak table, their faces reflecting the sort of nervous excitement that characterized people about to make the most important decision of their lives. At 43 and 39, respectively, they had spent the past 2 months undergoing the most rigorous adoption evaluation in wizarding history, a process that had been redesigned to prevent the catastrophic oversights that had characterized Harry's original placement. "Harry," said Madam Bones, who had taken personal oversight of the adoption proceedings, "do you understand what's happening today?" Harry nodded solemnly, his green eyes moving between the adults around the table with the careful attention that still characterized his approach to new situations. At 5 years old, he had developed an understanding of family dynamics that was both precocious and heartbreaking, born from the necessity of surviving in environments where his safety depended on reading adult moods and intentions. "Today I get a new family," he said, with the sort of cautious hope that spoke of someone who had learned not to take good fortune for granted. "And they get me, if they still want me, after knowing everything about what happened before." The qualification at the end of his statement made Lydia's heart clench with sympathetic pain. Even after months of therapy and careful nurturing, Harry still carried the fundamental belief that his traumatic history made him somehow less desirable as a family member. "Oh, sweetheart," Lydia said softly, leaning forward to meet Harry's eyes with the sort of maternal warmth that had characterized every interaction they had shared over the past 2 months. "Knowing your story doesn't make us want you less. It makes us more determined to make sure you never feel unwanted or unsafe again." Jonathan nodded in agreement, his professional composure as a healer at St. Mungo's giving way to the emotional reality of what they were undertaking. "Harry, what happened to you was wrong, and it wasn't your fault. Your new family isn't a reward you have to earn by being perfect. It's something you deserve simply because you exist." The concept of deserving love without conditions was still revolutionary enough to bring tears to Harry's eyes. In his previous experience, any affection or approval had been conditional on perfect behavior and complete suppression of his natural abilities and personality. To be told that he was valued unconditionally was almost too wonderful to process. "But what if I make mistakes?" he asked, with the sort of practical concern that characterized children who had been punished severely for normal childhood errors. "What if I break something or forget to do what I'm supposed to do, or my magic does something wrong? Then we'll help you fix whatever got broken, remind you about whatever you forgot, and work with you to understand your magic better," Jonathan replied, with the patient certainty that had made him one of the most respected child specialists at St. Mungo's. That's what families do. They help each other through problems instead of punishing each other for having them. Madam Bones cleared her throat gently, drawing attention back to the formal proceedings that would legally transform Harry's status from ward of the state to beloved family member. "The evaluation committee has reviewed all aspects of this proposed adoption," she announced in her crisp, professional tone. "The Clearwater family has demonstrated not only their ability to provide appropriate care for a child with Harry's unique needs, but also their understanding of the responsibilities that come with raising the boy who lived." The formal acknowledgement of Harry's fame was something that the adoption committee had grappled with extensively. How did you balance a child's need for normal family life with the reality that he would always be a public figure? How did you protect his privacy while acknowledging the legitimate public interest in his welfare? "Furthermore," Madam Bones continued, "the committee has been impressed by the family's commitment to maintaining Harry's relationships with the support network that has been so crucial to his recovery. Professor Clearwater will continue his magical education. Healer Augusta Clearwater will continue monitoring his physical and emotional health, and Dobby will continue serving as his friend and advocate." At the mention of Dobby's name, Harry's face lit up with genuine joy. The house elf had become one of the most important figures in his life, serving not only as a protector, but as living proof that courage could triumph over oppression, that standing up for what was right was always worth the risk. "Dobby gets to stay with me?" Harry asked, with the sort of excitement that made his accidental magic sparkle gently in the air around him. "Dobby wouldn't dream of going anywhere else," came a familiar voice from the corner of the room where the house elf had been observing the proceedings, with the sort of dignified attention that had characterized his approach to Harry's welfare from the very beginning. Dobby approached the table with the confidence of someone who had found his true calling in protecting magical children who could not protect themselves. His pillowcase had been replaced with proper clothing that marked his status as a free elf, and his large eyes sparkled with satisfaction at witnessing this crucial milestone in Harry's journey towards security and happiness. "Dobby promised Harry that everything would be fixed," the house elf said, with simple dignity. "Today, that promise is fulfilled. Harry Potter will have a family who loves him, who protects him, and who understands that he deserves nothing less than the very best care possible." The formal adoption papers were signed with the sort of ceremony that acknowledged the historical significance of what was taking place. This was not simply a child finding a new home. This was the completion of the most important child protection case in wizarding history. "Harry James Potter," Madam Bones announced, as the magical signatures settled onto the parchment with flashes of golden light, "you are hereby adopted by Jonathan and Lydia Clearwater, with all the rights, privileges, and protections that status entails. Welcome to your new family." The words were barely out of her mouth before Harry found himself wrapped in the sort of embrace that he had dreamed of, but never dared hope he would experience. Lydia's arms encircled him with maternal warmth, while Jonathan's larger hands settled on his shoulders with paternal protection. For the first time in his life, Harry was being held by people who wanted nothing more than his happiness and safety. "Welcome home, son," Jonathan whispered, and the word son carried more weight than any magical incantation Harry had ever heard. The transition to life with the Clearwater family was remarkable for how seamlessly it unfolded. Unlike his traumatic removal from the Dursleys, or his careful placement with the Whitmores, moving in with his adoptive family felt like coming home to a place he had always belonged, but simply hadn't found yet. The Clearwater home was located in a quiet, magical neighborhood near Ottery St. Catchpole, surrounded by enough land to provide privacy while remaining connected to the broader wizarding community. The house itself had been modified to accommodate Harry's specific needs, with security measures that would protect him from unwanted attention while allowing him the freedom to be a normal child. "This is your room," Lydia said, as she opened the door to a space that had been prepared with loving attention to detail. Unlike the utilitarian accommodations he had experienced before, this room had been designed specifically for Harry, with input from child psychologists, magical educators, and Harry himself. The space was larger than any bedroom he had ever imagined having, with windows that looked out over gardens where he could practice magic, safely and privately. Bookshelves lined one wall, filled with age-appropriate stories about adventure and magic that would help him understand his heritage in positive, exciting ways. A comfortable reading nook provided a quiet space for reflection, while a larger area was designated for play and magical experimentation. But perhaps most importantly, the room was his to personalize and arrange according to his own preferences. For a child who had never been allowed to express individual taste or make choices about his environment, the freedom to create a space that reflected his personality was almost overwhelming. "Can I really change anything I want?" Harry asked with wonder, running his small hands over furniture that had been chosen for comfort and functionality rather than appearance or cost. "Anything and everything," Jonathan confirmed from the doorway. "This is your space, Harry. It should feel like home to you, which means it should reflect who you are and what makes you happy." Over the following weeks, Harry began the process of creating the first environment that had ever truly belonged to him. He arranged his books according to his own system of organization, which seemed to prioritize emotional impact over alphabetical order. He positioned his desk near the window so he could watch the gardens while working on his lessons. Most remarkably, he began displaying his own artwork and magical experiments, creating a visual record of his recovery and growth. The daily routine that developed in the Clearwater household was structured enough to provide security, while remaining flexible enough to accommodate a child's changing needs and interests. Mornings were devoted to magical education, with Professor Eliza Clearwater continuing her revolutionary approach to helping young wizards understand and develop their abilities. Afternoons were reserved for more traditional academic subjects, taught by tutors who specialized in working with gifted children who had experienced educational disruption. But it was the evenings that Harry treasured most, when the family gathered for dinner and conversation, that treated his thoughts and opinions as valuable contributions rather than unwelcome interruptions. For the first time in his life, he was experiencing what it felt like to be heard rather than merely tolerated. "Tell us about your magic lesson today," Lydia said one evening, as they shared a meal that had been prepared with the sort of care that made every dinner feel like a celebration. "Professor Clearwater taught me about sympathetic magic," Harry said, with the sort of excitement that made his eyes light up and his accidental magic sparkle gently around him. "She showed me how I can make things happen to one object by doing them to a similar object, like making a toy boat move by blowing on a real sail." "That's advanced theory for someone your age," Jonathan observed with approval that made Harry beam with pride. "Did you manage to make it work?" "A little bit," Harry said with growing confidence. "The boat moved, but not exactly where I wanted it to go. Professor Clearwater says that's normal, and that precision comes with practice, not pressure." The emphasis on patient practice over perfect performance was part of the revolutionary approach to magical education that Harry's case had inspired. Instead of demanding immediate competence and punishing failure, educators were learning to celebrate progress and treat mistakes as opportunities for learning rather than occasions for criticism. "Would you like to show us after dinner?" Lydia asked with genuine interest. "I'd love to see what you've learned." The invitation to demonstrate his abilities was still remarkable enough to surprise Harry. In his previous experience, magical displays had been occasions for punishment and suppression. To have adults specifically request demonstrations of his abilities was a constant reminder of how completely his life had changed. Later that evening, as had become their routine, Dobby appeared for his daily visit with Harry. The house elf's presence served multiple functions. He provided continuity with Harry's recovery process, he offered friendship from someone who understood what it felt like to be considered property, and he served as an additional layer of protection for the most important child in the wizarding world. "How is Harry Potter feeling in his new home?" Dobby asked, as they sat together in Harry's room, surrounded by the evidence of a child who was finally free to express his personality and preferences. "Happy," Harry said with simple honesty, "and safe, and like maybe I actually deserve to be happy and safe." The qualification at the end of his statement spoke to the ongoing nature of recovery from systematic abuse. Even in the most supportive environment, Harry still struggled with fundamental questions about his own worth and whether he deserved the kindness he was receiving. "Harry Potter has always deserved happiness and safety," Dobby said, with the sort of quiet certainty that had characterized his advocacy from the very beginning. "What has changed is not Harry Potter's worthiness, but the willingness of adults to provide what children should always receive." "Dobby," Harry said thoughtfully, "do you think other children are living like I used to live? With people who hurt them and tell them they're worthless?" The question demonstrated the sort of cognitive development that characterized Harry's recovery. As his own situation improved, he was beginning to think beyond his personal experience to consider broader issues of child welfare and protection. "Some are," Dobby admitted honestly, understanding that Harry deserved truth rather than comfortable evasions. "But because of what happened to Harry Potter, many more children will be protected. The laws have changed. The watching has improved. The caring has increased. Because I got hurt? Because Harry Potter survived being hurt, and good people learned about it and decided never to let it happen again," Dobby corrected gently. Harry Potter's pain was not wasted. It became protection for other children. The concept that his suffering had been transformed into purpose was something that would help Harry process his traumatic experiences throughout his recovery. Instead of being meaningless victimization, his abuse had become the catalyst for reforms that would protect countless magical children for generations to come. As autumn progressed toward winter, Harry's integration into the Clearwater family deepened in ways that went beyond simple cohabitation. He began to develop the sort of easy familiarity with family routines that spoke of genuine belonging rather than careful adaptation to temporary circumstances. He learned Jonathan's schedule well enough to greet him when he returned from his shifts at St. Mungo's. He developed inside jokes with Lydia that made them both laugh during quiet moments. Most remarkably, he began to express preferences and make requests, abandoning the careful passivity that had characterized his survival strategy with the Dursleys. "Can we visit the Dragon Preserve sometime?" he asked during one evening conversation, his natural curiosity finally overcoming his learned reluctance to ask for things he wanted. "I think that can be arranged," Jonathan said, with a smile that made Harry's entire face light up with anticipation. "Thomas Whitmore has already offered to give you a personal tour when you are ready for that kind of adventure." The casual way in which his request was granted, without conditions or demands for exceptional behavior in return, was still remarkable enough to surprise Harry. In his previous experience, any desire he expressed had been treated as evidence of selfishness and ingratitude. To have adults actively work to fulfill his reasonable requests was a constant reminder of how completely his life had changed. But perhaps most importantly, Harry began to understand that his new family's love for him was not dependent on his fame, or his magical abilities, or his role in defeating Voldemort. They loved him simply because he was Harry, a little boy who had survived terrible circumstances and emerged with his capacity for wonder and affection intact. "Do you love me because I'm Harry Potter, or because I'm just Harry?" he asked Lydia one evening, as she tucked him into his bed in the room that was truly his own. "I love you because you're Harry," she said without hesitation. "Not because you're famous or special, or because you did something extraordinary as a baby. I love you because you're kind and curious and brave and funny, and because you make our family complete just by being yourself." The distinction was crucial to Harry's ongoing development. For too long, his identity had been defined either by his abuse or by his fame. To be loved simply for his essential self, independent of either trauma or celebrity, was the most healing gift his new family could provide. As winter approached and Harry's first Christmas with his adoptive family drew near, he began to understand that healing was not simply about recovering from trauma, but about building positive experiences that would define his future. Each day brought new opportunities to learn that the world could be kind as well as cruel, that adults could be trusted as well as feared, that his own worth was not dependent on perfect behavior or extraordinary achievement. Most importantly, he was learning that belonging to a family meant more than simply being housed and fed by people who tolerated his presence. It meant being valued and cherished, being supported through difficulties and celebrated during successes, being loved unconditionally for the simple crime of existing. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter was not just surviving, he was thriving. And in that thriving, he was discovering that his greatest magic was not his ability to survive killing curses or defeat dark wizards, but his capacity to heal, to grow, to love and be loved in return, despite everything that had been done to break that capacity. The boy who lived was learning to live fully, completely, joyfully, and that transformation was perhaps the most powerful magic anyone had ever witnessed. The letter from Hogwarts arrived on a crisp morning in late July, carried by a magnificent tawny owl, whose bearings suggested the importance of the message it carried. Harry sat at the breakfast table in his pajamas, watching with fascination as the owl waited patiently for his response, as if understanding that this particular delivery would mark a significant transition in the recipient's young life. At 6 years old, Harry was still young for Hogwarts admission, but the letter represented something far more significant than early acceptance to magical education. It represented his first step toward joining the wider wizarding world, not as a victim who needed protection, but as a properly prepared young wizard who had the foundation necessary to thrive in magical society. "Congratulations, sweetheart," Lydia said, with the sort of maternal pride that made Harry's chest warm with happiness. "Though I have to admit, I'm not entirely surprised. Your magical development has been extraordinary, and Professor McGonagall specifically recommended that you be given the option to start early." Harry turned the heavy parchment over in his hands, admiring the emerald ink and official seal that made this invitation feel more real than anything he had ever received. In his previous life, letters had been sources of anxiety, carefully monitored by relatives who viewed any outside contact as potential threats to their control over his existence. "Am I ready?" he asked, with the sort of thoughtful self-awareness that characterized children who had learned to evaluate their own capabilities honestly. "I know my magic is getting stronger, but I've never been to school with other children before." Jonathan looked up from his morning copy of the Daily Prophet, his expression carrying the sort of paternal concern mixed with confidence that had characterized his approach to Harry's development over the past year. "That's a very mature question," he said with approval. "And I think the answer is that you're as ready as anyone can be. You've worked incredibly hard with Professor Clearwater. You understand how to control your magic in ways that many older children struggle with, and most importantly, you know who you are independent of what other people might expect from the famous Harry Potter." The last point was crucial to Harry's readiness for Hogwarts. One of the most significant challenges facing any child celebrity was learning to navigate expectations and assumptions that had nothing to do with their actual personality or capabilities. Harry's therapeutic work over the past year had focused extensively on helping him develop a strong sense of self that could withstand the pressures of fame and public attention. "What if the other children only want to be my friend because I'm famous?" Harry asked, with the sort of practical concern that spoke of someone who had learned to think carefully about social dynamics and motivations. "Then they won't be real friends, and you'll know the difference," Lydia replied with certainty. "You've learned what genuine friendship feels like with Rebecca and Michael and the other children you've met through your tutoring groups. You'll be able to recognize when someone likes you for yourself versus when they're interested in your reputation." The breakfast conversation was interrupted by the familiar crack of apparition that announced Dobby's daily visit. The house elf had become a constant presence in Harry's life, serving not only as friend and protector, but as a living reminder that courage could triumph over oppression and that standing up for what was right was always worth the risk. "Dobby brings congratulations for Harry Potter's Hogwarts letter," the house elf announced with genuine pleasure, his large eyes sparkling with satisfaction at this milestone in Harry's journey toward independence and normalcy. "Thank you, Dobby," Harry said, with the easy warmth that characterized their relationship. "Are you nervous about me going to Hogwarts? What if something happens and I need help?" "Harry Potter will never be without help," Dobby assured him with absolute conviction. Dobby has spoken with the Hogwarts house elves, and they understand their responsibility to watch over Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall has promised that Harry Potter's welfare will be the highest priority. And most importantly, Harry Potter now knows his own worth and will not accept treatment that suggests otherwise. The last point was perhaps the most significant indicator of Harry's readiness for the challenges ahead. The therapeutic work he had undergone over the past year had not simply addressed his trauma. It had helped him develop the emotional tools necessary to maintain his sense of self-worth in environments where others might try to diminish or exploit him. 2 weeks later, the Clearwater family made their way to Diagon Alley for the ritual shopping expedition that marked every magical child's preparation for Hogwarts. But unlike most 11-year-olds experiencing the wonders of the Wizarding shopping district for the first time, Harry approached the experience with the sort of thoughtful appreciation that came from understanding how different his life could have been. "It's incredible," he breathed as they emerged from the leaky cauldron into the bustling, magical thoroughfare. "I knew it existed, but seeing it is completely different from just knowing about it." The crowd of witches and wizards going about their daily business was diverse and colourful in ways that spoke to a community where individuality was celebrated rather than suppressed. Robes came in every colour imaginable, magical creatures perched on shoulders or trotted alongside their owners, and the very air sparkled with the sort of ambient magic that made everything feel possible. But it was not just the wonder of magical society that captured Harry's attention. It was the way people looked at him. Word of his rescue and recovery had spread throughout the Wizarding community, and the public's perception of Harry Potter had evolved from simple reverence for the boy who lived to genuine affection for a child who had survived suffering with grace and dignity. "Excuse me," said a middle-aged witch who approached their group with respectful hesitation. "Are you Harry Potter? I just wanted to say that what you survived and how you've healed from it has inspired my entire family. My daughter was hurt by her uncle, and seeing your recovery gave us hope that she could heal too." The interaction was typical of the responses Harry had learned to expect from the Wizarding public. Instead of treating him simply as a celebrity to be gawked at, people approached him as a symbol of resilience and recovery. His story had become a source of hope for other families dealing with trauma, and his visible healing process had inspired reforms that extended far beyond his individual case. "Thank you," Harry replied with the sort of genuine warmth that made his fame feel earned rather than accidental. "I hope your daughter knows that surviving something terrible doesn't make her broken. It makes her strong." The wisdom in that statement, delivered by a 6-year-old child, left the woman with tears in her eyes and a smile on her face as she returned to her own family. Their first stop was Flourish and Blots, where Harry would select the textbooks that would guide his formal magical education. Professor Clearwater had prepared him well for the theoretical foundations he would encounter, but the prospect of learning alongside other children his age added excitement to subjects that had previously been solitary pursuits. Defense against the dark arts, Harry read from his book list with interest. Will they actually teach us to fight dark wizards? They'll teach you to protect yourself, Jonathan corrected gently. The goal isn't to create warriors, but to ensure that every magical child has the tools necessary to stay safe in a world where dark magic exists. The distinction was important to Harry's ongoing development. One of the challenges of growing up as the boy who lived was managing expectations that he would somehow be responsible for fighting dark forces that adult wizards should handle. His therapeutic work had focused extensively on helping him understand that his value was not dependent on his willingness to sacrifice himself for others. What about transfiguration? Harry asked, moving down the list with genuine curiosity. Professor McGonagall made it sound incredibly difficult. It is difficult, Lydia confirmed with a smile. But you've been working with advanced magical theory for over a year now. I think you'll find that your foundation is stronger than most students who are just beginning their magical education. The shopping expedition continued with stops at Madame Malkin's for robes that fit properly, and Ollivander's for the wand that would serve as Harry's primary magical focus for the rest of his education. The wandmaker himself emerged from the dusty shelves with the sort of anticipatory excitement that spoke of someone who understood the historical significance of this particular fitting. "Harry Potter, Mr." Ollivander said with satisfaction, his pale eyes taking in the healthy, confident child who stood before him. "I've been wondering when you would come in for your wand. Let's see what chooses you." The wand selection process was more complex than Harry had expected, involving trial after trial as different combinations of wood and core were tested against his magical signature. Some wands produced nothing more than faint sparks, while others created magical surges that sent books flying from shelves and papers scattering across the floor. "Difficult to match," Mr. Ollivander murmured with professional fascination. "Your magic is unusually strong and precise for someone so young, but it also carries traces of experiences that most wizards never encounter. We need something that can channel power while providing stability." Finally, on what seemed like the 100th attempt, Harry's fingers closed around a wand that felt immediately right. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, supple and perfect for defense. The moment he grasped it, warm golden light filled the shop, and a sense of completeness settled over him like a comfortable cloak. "Curious," Mr. Ollivander said, with the sort of professional satisfaction that came from witnessing a perfect match. "Very curious indeed. This wand's brother gave you that scar on your forehead, yet it chooses you now. Perhaps it understands that you represent the triumph of love over hatred, healing over harm." The poetic justice of being chosen by the brother wand to the one that had failed to kill him was not lost on Harry. In some fundamental way, it felt like his story was coming full circle, moving from victimization to empowerment, from helplessness to agency. Their final stop was the magical menagerie, where Harry was to select a familiar that would provide companionship and magical support during his years at Hogwarts. The shop was filled with owls, cats, toads, and more exotic creatures, each offering different advantages for young wizards beginning their formal education. Harry wandered through the displays with careful attention, understanding that this choice would affect his daily life for years to come. He paused before a cage containing a magnificent snowy owl, whose amber eyes seemed to regard him with unusual intelligence. "She's beautiful," he said softly, extending his hand toward the cage. The owl stepped onto his finger with grace and dignity, and immediately Harry felt a connection that transcended normal pet ownership. "Hedwig," he said suddenly, the name coming to him with inexplicable certainty. "Her name is Hedwig." The owl seemed to approve of her new designation, settling onto Harry's shoulder with the sort of proprietary satisfaction that suggested she had been waiting for this particular human to claim her. As they made their way home through the Flu network, Harry's arms full of books and supplies, and Hedwig perched contentedly on his shoulder, he found himself reflecting on how completely his life had changed since that morning when Dobby had first witnessed his suffering at Privet Drive. 2 years ago, he had been a traumatized child who believed he was worthless and unwanted. Today, he was a confident young wizard, preparing for the educational opportunity of a lifetime, surrounded by people who loved him unconditionally and supported his growth without reservation. "Are you excited about Hogwarts?" Lydia asked as they emerged from the fireplace in their family home. "Excited and nervous," Harry replied honestly, "but mostly grateful. A year ago, I didn't even know I was a wizard. Now I'm about to attend the best magical school in the world. Sometimes it feels like I'm living in a dream that's too good to be real." "It's real," Jonathan assured him with paternal confidence, "and you've earned every bit of it through your courage, your hard work, and your determination to heal from what was done to you." That evening, as Harry organized his school supplies in his room, with Hedwig watching from her new perch, he found himself thinking about the children who had inspired the reforms that would protect them for generations to come. His case had sparked a revolution in magical child welfare that was already preventing other children from experiencing the systematic neglect and abuse that had characterized his early life. Letters arrived daily at the ministry from families reporting concerns about magical children in their communities. Social workers specially trained in magical family dynamics were conducting welfare checks that would have prevented his own suffering. Most importantly, a cultural shift was occurring that prioritized child welfare over political convenience or institutional inertia. "Dobby," Harry said when the house elf appeared for his evening visit, "do you think going to Hogwarts will change everything? Will I still be the same person?" "Harry Potter will always be Harry Potter," Dobby replied with certainty. "What will change is not who Harry Potter is, but how many people will learn to see the wonderful person that Dobby has known all along." The wisdom in that statement provided comfort as Harry contemplated the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. Hogwarts would bring new friendships, new learning experiences, and new opportunities to grow and develop as both a wizard and a person. But perhaps most importantly, it would provide him with the chance to demonstrate that surviving trauma could lead to strength rather than brokenness, that healing was possible with proper support and care, and that even the most damaged children could flourish when given the love and protection they deserved. As Harry fell asleep in his own bed, in his own room, surrounded by the supplies that would support his magical education and the love of family who valued his happiness above all other considerations, he dreamed not of the challenges that awaited him at Hogwarts, but of the possibilities. For the first time in his life, the future looked bright with promise rather than dark with fear. Tomorrow would bring new adventures, new learning, new opportunities to discover who he was meant to become. And that transformation from victim to survivor, to someone who could help others heal, was perhaps the most magical achievement of all. The boy who lived was ready to live fully, to learn completely, to embrace the future with confidence and hope. His greatest adventure was about to begin.